workshop that we've organized. Who's we? We are the workshop chairs. My name is Toine Bogers. Then there's David Gauss, who is online. Mesut Kaya is online as well. Chris Johnson of Indeed is right here in the room as well. And then CPD Meshba and Francisco Gutierrez, they couldn't make it, but we are a 6-person strong team of workshop organizers. And the reason that we started this workshop last year already, right, is that there is an increase in the number of companies that use these AI-powered applications in all kinds of areas of HR, recruitment, but and job recommendation, first and foremost, but also in retention and training, in performance management, career management, and all kinds of other aspects. So we wanted to provide a sort of a venue for all kinds of research on aspects of RecSys, but also other HR tech, as we call it on the website also. We solicited submissions to this workshop, and we have 11 accepted submissions. That was very nice, but it also meant that we couldn't accept all of them for oral presentation here at the workshop. So 6 of them will present live today at the workshop, and then there's a further 5 that were accepted for video presentation, and these should be available from the workshop website. And every submission was reviewed by at least 3 PC members. The proceedings are available already. The preprints have been available from the RecSys and HR workshop website for a few weeks, I think, or at least a week already. And the official workshop proceedings are also available at Cur with volume 3218. And thank you also to the program committee who helped review all these submissions. Now, the workshop today is a full day workshop. That means we have 2 parts, the morning and the afternoon parts. We will be recording this. I hope David has remembered to just press record also for the morning session. And these will be likely be made available like previous years as part of the official RecSys YouTube recordings in the weeks after the workshop. Now, what does the workshop look like in the morning? Start with the introduction, which I'm doing now, right? And then we will have our first keynote by Robyn Rap of Indeed. She's going to give the keynote with the wonderfully Dr. Strangelove inspired title, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love a Mixed Method Approach in Recommender Systems. So I'm looking forward to that. Then we have a paper session with 2 papers. And I think both of these are virtual. And then we break for coffee. And then we have our panel on the challenges of HR tech. Most, but not all of the panelists will be online. So this is a mix of sort of physical and virtual. And this panel will be paneled, or whatever the verb for that is, by Helene Hulsker of Randstad, Carlos Castillo of the University of Pompeu Fabra in Spain, Liangjie Hong, the Director of Engineering at LinkedIn, and Robyn has also graciously offered to also join this panel. Then we have a lunch break, 1.5 hours, and then we move on to the afternoon program where we have our second keynote by Liangjie Hong, who's going to give a talk entitled Computational Jobs Marketplace. And again, Liangjie is the Director of Engineering AI at LinkedIn. So those should be some very nice panels and keynotes. Then we have another paper session with 3 papers, who should all be physical here. Coffee, another paper to make it match with all the coffee breaks of the conference, right? And then finally, we have a discussion session, which is both physical and virtual, right? So we'll pick 2 topics, I believe, and then we'll break into 2 different groups, physical and virtual, and then we'll meet back to discuss this. And then we close the workshop at 5:30. Finally, in terms of Q&A, if you have any questions, if you're here, then you can just walk up to the microphone that's in the front here. Or you can ask your questions on Slido, and then you have to enter this number that you see on the slide. Go to slido.com, enter that number, and then you enter the Slido room for this workshop. And we'll try to interleave these questions. So take one from the audience here, one online, and so on and so on. Yeah, and finally, the format, the keynotes are 30 minutes, followed by 50 minutes of Q&A, and the presentations are 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. And yeah, the last thing I would like to say is enjoy the workshop, and thank you all for participating. Now, I think it's time for our first keynote. So if you want to swap laptops.
All right, well, hi, everyone. My name is Robyn Rap. I am a data science lead here at Indeed.com, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be with you here today to talk through my talk, how I learned to stop worrying and love a mixed methods approach in recommendation systems. So what am I going to talk to you about today? First off, what are mixed methods and why should we be using them? Why do they matter in a hiring marketplace context in particular? And then to kind of elaborate on these points, I'll be using and drawing upon 3 case studies from Indeed.com to show why it's all the more important that we be using a mixed methods approach in our hiring marketplace industry and beyond. So why am I talking to you about mixed methods? So one of the reasons I love data science as a field is that it brings people from a variety of different backgrounds together, everything from chemistry to astrophysics, from business to marketing. I myself draw from sociology. And so for those of you who may not be familiar with sociology, there's a great XKCD cartoon about it. Fields arranged by purity. And the mathematicians are way over there on the right, but sociologists are labeled as the most impure field on the graph. And I don't necessarily take issue with that. I do take issue with the fact that the cartoon says that sociology is just applied psychology. That I do kind of take issue with. But all joking aside, sociology is the study of human behavior in groups, societies, their cultures and norms. And in sociology, there tends to be 2 main approaches that we take to understanding human behavior: quantitative methods and qualitative methods. And when we talk about quantitative methods, I think many people in this room are fairly familiar with them. It includes things like supervised models, randomized control trials, survey methods. Qualitative methods, I anticipate fewer folks have directly used here in this room. They include things like in-depth interviews, participant observation, content analysis. Mixed methods researchers in sociology tend to be a bit of a rare breed. Oftentimes, folks will pick one type of approach, quantitative or qualitative, and go a little bit deeper in that. So I'm a little bit of a weirdo in that I did a bit of both in my own studies. And so when we talk about mixed methods, all we're really saying is it's taking quantitative and qualitative methods for the same project. And so when I joined industry as a new academic, newly minted academic, I thought, surely everyone uses the scientific method, right? We're all data scientists. And as we know, the observation is the first part of the scientific method, and that helps us develop research questions and hypotheses. But I started realizing that all too often ML practitioners just jump in and start modeling without really taking the step to truly observe behavior on the ground. So you might hear things like, "Oh, throw more data at it. That'll kind of help things, go a little bit better for you. Add some more features. Heck, just add more layers." Right? Who's done this? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, who's admitting doing this, right? Okay. And it's not necessarily anyone's fault, right? If you look at the classic texts and information retrieval and recommendation systems, all too often, the main tools for evaluating the success of our models are offline evaluation metrics like RMSE, discounted cumulative gain, precision and curves. And so when we think about kind of a classic ML evaluation toolkit, it's these offline metrics as well as online evaluation in the course of A/B tests. And so as I was preparing for this keynote, I was wondering, okay, well, how much are these classic texts actually talking about user studies? So I actually pulled off the shelf my favorite book on information retrieval by Manning et al. And I found that in this 400-page tome, which is excellent, by the way, there's one paragraph on user studies. And mind you, my cat is a big cat. He's not, but that's a pretty small paragraph. And so, it's not necessarily anybody's fault here. We haven't really been exposed to these. And what we're finding in kind of newer texts is that there's kind of an admission of guilt almost. So a more recent text by Butcher et al. A few years back said, given their importance in information retrieval evaluation, one might assume that the relationship between user satisfaction and, say, average precision has been thoroughly studied and is well understood. Unfortunately, this is not the case. So we know as a field that we're not doing this today. And sometimes it's not necessarily an ignorance thing, it's actually just discounting these methods out of hand. So the N is too small, the sample size is too small. So what can we say meaningfully about this? Or it's not a random sample, you know, it violates our statistical assumptions as a result. Just add more layers. Just add more layers. You know, why take the time to go and actually, you know, get on the ground and get the thick data? It takes too long. Just throw another layer at it and you'll be fine. I think this misses the point of qualitative methods and injecting them in a mixed methods approach. It would be like taking an elephant and a goldfish and saying which one swims faster, right? They're good at different things. Qualitative methods can help us answer questions like, why are you doing that? How come? You know, how are you doing it? What's driving that? Quantitative questions are better at answering questions like, how much is this happening? How often? To whom? And so by using both of these questions, both of these types of questions together, mixed methods can help us generate new hypotheses. They make sure that we're measuring what we're trying to measure, and they help us triangulate findings. So when I say generate new hypotheses, what I mean is that qualitative methods are what are called in the field of sociology as methods of discovery. They help us identify new lines of inquiry that we might not have known otherwise. Many of us in this room come from highly educated knowledge worker backgrounds. The kinds of people that we are serving look and feel very different and behave very differently than we do. And so by engaging with those users directly on the ground, we might discover new questions that we wouldn't have known otherwise. After this, we're able to generate new hypotheses and then use quantitative methods or methods of validation to validate how much is this happening and is that a statistically significant difference, right? Qualitative methods won't necessarily let you do that. Mixed methods also help us make sure that we're measuring what we're trying to measure. So how many folks have seen kind of this classic archery board of validity and reliability? Yeah, seeing some head nods, some hand raises. You know, to kind of take this target metaphor a little bit further, you know, without using mixed methods approach, we might be targeting the wrong things for our users. And identifying metrics that we're trying to target that is kind of actually at odds with actually helping our users. And in this case, just adding more layers probably isn't going to help. So our mental models are different from those of our users. And I think that this is worth calling out. So for instance, in that Manning book that I just cited, they talk about relevance and they define it as a document is relevant if it is one that the user perceives as containing information of value with respect to their personal information need. Perfectly valid, perfectly, you know, reliable understanding of relevance from a researcher perspective. When we talk to actual job seekers on the ground, this is what they tell us relevance is. Relevance means that it clicks all the boxes and basically is a position that I feel qualified for and is a challenge to me as well. I don't think that anyone in this room would have had that particular way of framing relevance, right? Let's help us triangulate findings. So if we think about truth existing in a box, and I know there's some postmodernists in the crowd and they're going to tell me, oh, there's like multiple truths and like, what is truth? Just time out, just like, let's just table that for a second. Back to like pretending that there is a truth, right? Let's pretend it exists in a box, all right? When we take a metric is just one little window into that box. And so by using different methods, we can open up other holes into that box and get a clearer picture of what's going on for people who we're trying to serve and support. So in short, mixed methods help us do all of these things. Or put another way, using a mixed methods approach can help us make sure we're getting it right. And so for the rest of the talk, I want to talk about why this matters in a hiring marketplace in particular, and elaborate with some case studies. So first off, in hiring, the stakes are high. They're really high right now in particular. This economy is weird. On the one hand, you have certain sectors that are talking about recessions and layoffs. On the other hand, you have other sectors like hospitality and travel that are struggling to hire due to post-pandemic bounce back demand. So you have these really mixed signals coming from the economy today. But for our job seekers in particular, it's really challenging because when we ask job seekers, hey, what's a really stressful life event? There's only two things that they say that's more stressful than finding a job. It's death of a loved one and going through a divorce or a breakup. Right? Looking for a job is third. People would rather get a root canal or do their taxes than look for a job. Heck, they'd rather be up here public speaking right now. So, there's that. All right. So it makes it all the more important that for Indeed's mission that we help people get jobs and that we help understand our job seekers to make their lives easier. So a bit about Indeed. We are the world's #1 job site. We have over 250 million global monthly users in over 60 countries worldwide. And for a long time at Indeed, our bread and butter was our search engine. Our search engine involved going to Indeed.com, entering a query and a location, and then we would match, rank, and serve jobs on our search engine result page that you had searched for. Can anyone tell me what the #1 query is on Indeed? It's a blank query. So what we found were that people were consistently, not knowing what to look for. And so in 2020, we actually began a new recommendations platform that we call the Jobs Feed. And this has since become an extremely popular way for our job seekers to find jobs that they wouldn't have found otherwise. And so I want to quickly talk through what a typical user flow might look like on Indeed. And I put typical in pretty heavy quotes here because if you engage with user behavior, there's no such thing as typical. So a typical user flow on Indeed is you see a job, whether it's served on a SERP, a job alert, a recommendation platform on the homepage or an email. You click on that job to learn more and read the job description. You apply to that job, you interview for that job, and then you get hired. That's the happy path here, right? I want to show this so that folks have some context when I'm talking a bit more through some of our case studies today. So this is our jobs feed here. And what you'll notice is we have these two, what are called job cards. And each of these offer some kind of high level information about a given job. When we talk about a scene impression, these are our unit, right? So this is the scene impression that we talk about in our ranking and recommendations models. Furthermore, when someone clicks on one of these job cards, they can then click this Apply Now button after reading about the job to start the apply process. And one of the reasons I'm highlighting this is that when we talk about a hiring marketplace context, the traditional ways of measuring success in our kind of classic recommendation systems context kind of go out the window. Things like conversion rate, click-through rate, time on site just don't make sense the same way in a hiring marketplace. What do I mean by that? Let's say we take a traditional RecSys, something like a video streaming platform or an e-commerce site. Nearly all of the activity happens on the platform, right? If I want to go and watch Bridgerton, I can go and stay and watch Bridgerton, gosh darn it, and I'm probably not leaving until I'm done. Realistically, this is embarrassing. All right, let's hard pivot. All right, so in a hiring marketplace, applications, interviewing, and offers can often happen off-site. So we start losing visibility further down into our funnel. Furthermore, user success metrics typically take a few hours. So again, if you're going and you're trying to find a new comic book or a new video game on an e-commerce site, you find it usually within a couple of hours and purchase it or save it to a cart. Hiring can take weeks. There can be, oftentimes days between when job seekers and employers connect. And so the timeframes that we're talking about here are very different than your traditional recommendation systems, which has implications for A/B testing. Finally, there's there's a few more points after this. Lots of a given product, right? So if we're in, say, a video streaming context or an e-commerce site, hundreds of thousands of books that any given person could buy, or hundreds of thousands of people can be streaming the same, Great British Bake Off episode at the same time. There's scarcity in a hiring marketplace. Oftentimes people are only looking for one employee or one job. And so it's about making sure that we're accounting for that scarcity. The stakes are frankly lower in a traditional recommendation system. So if I'm looking for a cat tree for the cat, that's maybe not as important as, say, Bridgerton, which is still maybe not as important as, say, getting a job. Jobs are extremely high stakes context, especially in the United States, where so many benefits like healthcare are tied to people's employment. And then finally, a click may be a stronger indicator of relevance when you're in a more visual context. Like, here's the visual of what a product looks like. Here's the visual of what you're going to be watching, as opposed to in a hiring marketplace. Oftentimes you have to click just to learn more about a given role and spend the time reading to do your homework on it before you apply. And so for all of these reasons, at Indeed, we've landed on applies per seen impression as one of our key metrics that we try and optimize for. The theory behind this is that clicks are too noisy. Hires can take weeks and are very, very sparse. And so what we try and do is kind of optimize for a Goldilocks kind of area. And the theory behind this is that an apply is an indicator of relevance. You felt that this job was relevant enough to you to be able to apply to it. So we use this for a lot of our A/B testing as a North Star metric and our OKRs, as well as for training some of our models. But I think it's worth noting here that no metric is perfect, and applies per seen impression certainly isn't either. And so for the rest of this talk, I'm going to be talking through some counter examples here. So what if something isn't actually seen? What if someone applies, but they shouldn't have? What if someone finds a job relevant, but they don't actually apply? These are all different ways that applies per seen impression might start to kind of break down as our main source of truthiness for, relevance for a job seeker. And so I'm going to be talking to you today about 3 studies, including eye tracking, diary studies, and a blend of surveys and user studies that helped us get more windows into our job seekers' perception of relevance and success metrics. So let's talk about those 3 case studies. Our first case study was an eye tracking study. I think that this is so cool. Eye tracking, if you're not familiar with it, the idea here is that someone wears a piece of equipment and we're tracking eyeball fixations. So typical industry standard is about 75 milliseconds. So it's where is the user's eyes landing on a given page. They're typically expensive to run because they require to be in a lab setting, as well as the special equipment. So it means a fairly small sample size. These are particularly valuable when you want to measure how people view what's going on the page outside of what you can log. So we can log things, like clicks and other mouse movements, but we can't necessarily log someone's eyeballs ethically. And so this is a really cool way of being able to see that. So we wanted to know, as part of our study, is our scene logging actually accurate? Because we had time in viewport as a proxy for whether or not job seekers were actually seeing jobs. And so we recruited 40 UK-based job seekers between January and April of 2022, doing 3 different tests on Indeed.com while wearing eye tracking equipment. And I'm going to show you some of the, a quick video of this. I just think this is fascinating. So you can see the eye tracking fixations here on the page. They're flitting around the filters. They are looking at the job title, kind of quickly looking at the apply button, flitting around. Notice they're not necessarily looking at the bottommost job card, right? And that one's also being logged as having been seen, even though they haven't necessarily seen it, right? And so what we found as part of this study was 25% of the job cards on mobile devices were never actually seen despite being in the viewport. This had huge ramifications for our apply starts per scene metric. It meant that we had a 33% increase in the metric, right? Which we're over here like, whoa, like we increased relevance, like go, yay, we did it. Except the problem is, it's just because we changed the denominator. I wish all metric wins were this easy. Just change the denominator. So I'll give a toy example. Let's say we have 3 applies. 3 applies over 4 scene impressions. That's 75% applies per scene. 3 applies over 3 scene impressions. Once we actually account for what's happening on the ground, that's 100% applies per scene. That's a 33% increase right there, right? So yeah, we definitely are working to fix our scene impression logging as a result of this. We're also still working to understand how this affects our models, right? So for those of you familiar with search ranking literature, position effects are a really key component for how we rank our content on the search engine result page. And so making sure that we're accounting for this is super crucial. And so part of what we're doing now is working to understand how this change in our scene behaviors and logging might be affecting our ranking and recommendation systems. We wouldn't have known this without doing our eye tracking study. All right, let's talk about a second case study, our diary study. This is super exciting. This is hot off the presses. This study is just wrapping up. Quickly about diary studies, if you're not as familiar with them, this is where users, typically a pretty small N, so 100 would be considered massive for context here. You're typically going to see 10 to 40 in a typical diary study. This is where users answer questions to a researcher regularly over time. So it's a longitudinal study, and it's really valuable when you want to understand how users, habits, how their opinions are changing over time. And one kind of caveat to diary studies is you often need to compensate your users for their time because they're committing to participating with you, for many, days, weeks, months. So that's another piece to consider here. And so we wanted to know what happens after somebody gets a job, right? So at Indeed, we help people get jobs, but we want to see what happens after we help them. And so we had a diary study that's still ongoing. It's just about to wrap up. That started in June of this year. We followed 30 job seekers who recently started a new job, and we followed their first 90 days with several check-ins researcher throughout. By 30 days in, and I find this absolutely shocking, 30 days in, 4 out of the 30 participants had already left their new jobs. Yeah. So what's up with that? So we dug into the qualitative research here. I would have still stayed there at the company, but I just, not being there long enough for medical leave or personal leave or anything like that is the reason that I'm not there. My new job ended because they weren't able to pay me for the time I worked within a timely manner. Well, like I said before, the pay is really either hourly or commission, and I understood it to be hourly and commission. So all of these folks learned information on the job about their pay structure, how their salary and compensation would work, how their benefits and leave and healthcare would work after they joined, okay? Job seekers tell us all the time that they want more information on these things: compensation, benefits, and location. And we have this in our verbatims from job seekers. This is just a sample of hundreds of job seekers telling us in our survey data, pain points and things that they're struggling with. So I'm just going to read a few of these. Companies need to have a pay band so both parties don't lose their time. Always include salary. That would assist in not wasting unwanted expectations. I wish the employer could at least provide a pay range. It's frustrating to submit for positions and then discover the pay is far too low. So throughout all of these quotes, which I'm not going to read all of these, you'll see a consistent theme, which is if I had just had this information, I wouldn't have applied and I wouldn't have wasted my time or the employer's time. And we know that when job seekers have more information, they apply less. We've conducted ablation tests where we've actually taken some of this information off and we've put it back on, and we see direct relationships between having this information and whether or not job seekers click or apply on their jobs. And listen, that's okay. We don't want people wasting each other's time. That's not efficient for this marketplace. And so the question we have to ask ourselves is, when is an apply start actually just a misguided indicator of relevance due to a lack of information? So when we go back to this typical user flow, right, this is where job seekers should have learned information before they applied. Where they're actually learning that information is in the interview, maybe at the offer stage, when they get hired, after they get hired, right? So what we're doing to kind of counteract this is actually introducing new complementary metrics. So things like the rate of job seekers who drop out of the process upon learning more information further down into our funnel. We think that if somebody's applying and then drops out, that's not a good experience for our marketplace, for job seekers or employers. We wouldn't have realized this without talking to our users directly. Finally, our third case study, and this is a fun blend of both surveys and usability studies. It's kind of like Inception. You're using like methods to validate your metrics So it's kind of like, blah. Yeah, cool. See, there's no meme for that. It's just a live meme. So yeah, all right. What are surveys? So this is something I could talk about for a while, but in the interest of time, I'm going to be brief. Surveys are where we collect attitudinal data at scale to understand, how users are feeling about your products. They're drawn from a random sample. Your sample size can vary widely. There are some surveys that collect hundreds of thousands of data points. More classically in academia, you might see a survey sample of 1,000 to 10,000. That tends to be a little bit more common. But care needs to be taken in how the sampling approach works and how you might be introducing response bias, which if anyone has questions about that, more than happy to chat in the Q&A. Usability studies is where we directly observe how people use or don't use our product. It's typically a fairly small sample size because it requires an interviewer who can kind of sit in a lab, either in person or sometimes remotely, to ask probing questions about beliefs, motivations, desires, and needs. I want to quickly give some context here about the studies we ran. So we had hypothesized from prior UX research that job seekers differ in their level of urgency. So there are folks who, when we talked with them, were like, I need a job yesterday. I just lost my job. I need to put food on the table. I don't have healthcare benefits. I need to find a job now. Then you have folks who, just came out of a meeting, they're grumpy with their boss, they go to their bathroom and they're scrolling through Indeed.com because they're just really sick of that meeting, right? So you have kind of a bit of a spectrum. And these folks maybe are not necessarily applying, they're just dreaming at this point. And we actually were able to validate this quantitatively with a hidden Markov model, which I'm not going to dig into too hard here, but very briefly, it's a form of time series modeling where you take unobserved states and convert them into more observable metrics, right? And so we also used some decision trees to kind of start thinking about, okay, what exactly is it that makes someone an active or a passive job seeker? This was some excellent work from one of our interns this summer, Dylan Leake, and I just want to call that out. Really exciting stuff. And, you could always just add more layers, right? All right, so the question we wanted to know is, given this active passive, job seeker, kind of continuum, how do we know something is relevant when someone is only passively looking for a new job and not necessarily applying? And so in 2019, we introduced what's called the Relevance Rating Survey. And this is a survey that shows up kind of across a variety of different services on Indeed. Here you can see it on the search engine result page down at the bottom. And it includes a Likert scale that asks, overall, how relevant are these jobs? Not at all to extremely relevant, right? 1 to 5. And so we wanted to know in 2021, how usable was this survey? So we took 11 participants for about 60 minutes, and we had them actually conduct a search and then fill out a relevance rating survey with the help of a UX researcher. The questions looked something like this. What do job seekers think the relevance rating survey is measuring? What other selections might they expect to see in the survey options? What prompts job seekers to fill out a relevance rating? What do they think Indeed does with that information? What do they expect? How are job seekers adapting or not adapting their search to get more relevant results? The findings here were, I just love this so much. So take a look at the relevance rating again. The job seekers were confusing the Likert scale with pagination. So take a look. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 next, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So they were clicking on the first page. They were clicking to go to page 2, but they were just saying, no, these are just not very relevant jobs. And we actually were able to quantify this from our own kind of logging, right? So for page 1 here, the most common rel rating was 2, right? You saw that for page 2 as well. So page 2, the most common one was a 3. So we moved to smileys. We figured that was a little bit easier to parse. All right, so these are 3 case studies I've just walked through, pretty rapid fire. What are we doing with all of this? So we like to think that we're getting more and more windows into that box of truth, the on-the-ground experience for our job seekers. So that means new complementary metrics, improved scene beacon triggering, segmenting active and passive job seekers as part of our A/B testing and modeling efforts, and our improved survey UI. So I like to think that we're taking, the archery and really being able to hit the target a little bit better. One thing you may notice about me, I may be a mixed methods researcher. It turns out I'm also a mixed metaphors researcher. So forgive me. And so one of the things I like to think about here is that, look, there's no such thing as a perfect metric. There's no such thing as a perfect user experience. And so while perfection is maybe unattainable, I like to think that we can be like data science Zen masters, and the journey to a better metric and better models is still a worthwhile one. So special thanks to folks for all your help conducting this talk. There's a lot of invisible labor that goes into presenting here today. So thank you so much to the organizers of HR Tech and RecSys workshop for having me. Sidebar, you may have noticed I use a lot of black and Helvetica in my slides. So I kind of made a quick joke of this kind of classic t-shirt. So if anyone wants to make me this t-shirt that says eye tracking and diary studies and surveys, I can give you my email address. So thank you guys so much for having me. This has just been a delight. Thank you.
And if anyone has any questions for Robyn, we've got time for questions right now. So we've got one on Slido that I'll read aloud. Guido asks, have you seen large differences in qualitative findings over regions? For example, differences between the US and Europe?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're very fortunate to have research teams across the world. Let's see. The answer in short is yes. I don't know that I necessarily have a good example off the top of my head per se, but the answer is yes.
Thank you. Any questions in the room?
Thank you. Thanks for the great talk. So the idea of just explicitly asking users, is this relevant, is sort of quietly brilliant, but you have to get it right. Have you thought of explicitly asking other questions that would just explicitly give you information that you're otherwise building models to try to infer?
Yeah, so the question is, what are some other questions that we can ask users directly that we might not be able to otherwise? Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, relevance is really obviously the big one, right? And this was kind of drawn out of, I remember seeing some really funky jobs on Indeed, and a few of us were playing around, and we would go and actually click on them. And at the time, you know, a lot of the literature was like, oh, well, a click is an indicator of relevance. But if I see an astronaut job on the search engine result page for a cashier query, you know, I'm clicking on that astronaut job, right? So, you know, that was kind of the first, like, well, wait a minute, behaviors might not be the same thing as attitudes, right? And so I think, you know, a lot of the time, kind of asking people directly can be especially helpful when you want to know why someone's doing something. So, because with click behavior, you can really only get at the what. Like they clicked this many times, they clicked this often, but we might not necessarily know why. Like, oh, I clicked on this because this is a weird astronaut job. I'm trying to think about a good example where that might also be beneficial. I mean, actually, the number one survey that I think is the most important to highlight is our hire signal survey. So when employers can close a job, and for a really long time, we didn't necessarily know why. Right, there could be a lot of different reasons. So you go, if you're an employer on Indeed, you post a job, you can then later go and close that job. And so it could be a variety of different reasons, which we know from UX research. You know, hey, I ran out of budget, or, you know, I wasn't happy with what I was getting from Indeed, or I hired someone. And so for a really long time, we didn't know why people were closing their jobs. And so over the course of the last 5 years, we've had a really concentrated effort to make improvements to our closed job survey. And that's a major source of how we know how employers are doing, and especially how we understand them to be making hires, which is crucial for our model targets at Indeed. So yeah, great question. Thanks, Mike. Yeah. Looks like we've got a question here actually in the chat from Esteban.
Yes, thank you so very much, Robyn, for the great talk.
You might be muted.
Really inspiring. Yeah.
Let's see. You might need to type it, Esteban. We can't hear you. Yeah, cool. Thanks. Yeah, we'll come back, I promise.
Any other questions in the room while we wait for Esteban?
Is there, like, what's the most specific reason why you're optimizing for applies per impressions instead of hires per impressions?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, there's a few reasons. So a few reasons. First, at Indeed, there's two main sources that we have for our jobs. There's jobs that we aggregate across all of the internet. We have a huge aggregation team that works tirelessly to take all of the jobs and index them, kind of like Google does, but but for jobs, right? Where we actually go across the whole internet and start indexing feeds. So these folks might not necessarily be posting their jobs directly on Indeed. We also have folks who do come and post directly on Indeed, right? So just from the start, we start losing visibility into someone's apply process when someone goes off-site to one of these jobs that we've aggregated. And so we start losing visibility into what's happening there. Like, are they talking to each other? Are they interviewing? Did someone get hired? So that's one component. We do take hires into account. I just want to make that clear that that's certainly part of our modeling approaches across our information retrieval and recommendation systems. It just can only be one component, because all too often what happens is hires take a long time to generate. So it can take either from days to weeks for somebody to get hired to a role, and so it would really take a while to reach statistical power for us to be able to actually A/B test this effectively, and as over the long haul too. So we do take hires into account into our models. It's just only one component. Yeah, great question. Yeah.
Looks like we've got a couple in the chat now.
Yeah, Esteban's got it going on. Let's see. All right, how do you see the need for also working on how to combine the mix of approaches and methods, and how do you choose the possible available options? Yeah, so the question is, if I understand it correctly, Esteban, like, how do you know when you need to do this? And how do you know which method to use? Yeah, that's a great question. There's, first off, you have to kind of understand in any given project where you are in the scientific method, right? So, when I think about doing a new modeling, let's say we're starting a new model, the first thing I want to know is what's the problem we're trying to solve? How big is that problem? Actually conduct some opportunity sizing to understand how many users might be affected by what's going on. I also want to go and talk to users directly at that point. So it might mean that, actually digging in, and I think at any given time, honestly, everyone in this room should regularly be engaging with UX research, even if it's not necessarily directly tied to a project, because inevitably you're going to come up with ideas and you're going to say, hey, that person's struggling with this thing that I built. That's weird, right? And so that's where you start kind of generating like, well, what happens if we did blah, 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 right? Like, and that's where the research question component comes in. I would say it really, when I hear a why question, I'm always like, that might be a qualitative approach, right? So if somebody's like, why is somebody doing that? You can look at all the click data you want until it's going to be about 1 million times more efficient to actually just talk to somebody at that point. So that's typically where I'll kind of, an alarm bell will go off if somebody's saying like, whoa, what's up with that? All too often we'll start telling ourselves stories about the data that we are seeing, and that's grounded in our own experience and our own set of biases. And so we need to actually go and validate that and kind of pressure test that on the ground. So there's actually a great piece by, I think, the Norman Nielsen group that talks through like when to use which method that I always recommend folks when they're trying to figure out, what do I use and when? And they have a whole slate of other qualitative and quantitative methods that I simply couldn't fit into one big presentation today. So thanks for your question.
Does anyone in the room have a question? Tom?
Yeah, Jeffrey's got one. Things like eye tracking can be expensive to conduct, and it's not always clear what you will see in the data you collect. How do you pitch the business value of this type of experiment before conducting it? Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, we're fortunate here indeed that we are a very data-driven, company and very much value, science and actually kind of, digging in a bit more. So I'll give an example of kind of how we did the scene beacon tracking. So I want to say early 2020, we saw that our scene beacon, like something had happened and it broke and it affected our model training. And I remember being in the room with a couple of engineering directors and they were like, hey, and saying something like, have we ever actually measured where that scene beacon is in the viewport? And they were like, no, we don't think, we just kind of put it here because we thought that made sense. And I was like, well, don't we think that, if maybe we should do that? Like maybe we should kind of eat that. It kind of has a big implication for how our models would work. And so some of it is just explaining and kind of tying the dots. Not everyone in this room is familiar with position bias in search ranking. And so a lot of it is becoming a good thing explainer translator to be able to say like, this is why this matters. If so, I always try to use like a lot of if then language, right? If our scene beacon is broken, then our models aren't fairly accurate, then we get effectively and efficiently as we could be, right? And so once we were able to get buy-in for that, we were about to start a study in February and then shut down, and we weren't able to conduct it until about 2 years later because it was an in-person study. So thanks for your question, Jeffrey. Yeah. Oh, we might need a mic here.
I also have a question, if I may.
Yeah.
I'll pass it along. So when you do the sampling and the recruitment for these more qualitative studies, right? Then I can imagine that in some cases you might have some self-selection bias because not everyone is able to participate in these.
Right.
So how do you do this? How do you sort of target what example you want to?
Yeah, it's a great question. So so we have a variety of different third parties that we work with that help with this, right? There's, to your point, certainly a degree of selection here that happens, right? Because if you think about who can participate, these are people who have time, people who have energy, oftentimes we're compensating them, but not always, right? So people who have the means to do so. And so you really kind of have to find alternate ways of getting that data. One way that we like to get additional qualitative data, actually, we have a group called Job Squad. And what Job Squad does is actually goes and helps job seekers on the ground. It's Indeed employees, and we send them to places like libraries. We have a partnership with Goodwill in the United States, where we try and get into locations where we have some of our most vulnerable job seekers to help them. And so this can be a really rich source. It might not necessarily be like a directly, a clearly researched, qualitative research study, but it is a way of capturing more data from some of these folks who we might not have reached otherwise, to get their input on how our products are or aren't working for them. So yeah, that's kind of the big way that we try and do that, is supplement it. Yeah, great question. Yeah, thank you. And then I think this fellow had a question back here.
Yes. When you show jobs to job seekers, do you optimize like the relevancy to them, or like their relevancy to the companies?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah. So I'm not going to dig too hard into the way that our sponsored and organic utility functions work in this session, just because it's a little, I need you to sign an NDA. But long story short, there's kind of like a multi-sided, kind of optimization problem, right? Because to your point, we're having to optimize for relevance for job seekers, as well as, those employers who are sponsoring their jobs to get better placement on the search engine result page. What I will say is that at Indeed, our top value is job seeker first, right? And so we're never going to show a job that doesn't match the query. Right? We're not going to say, hey, here's, somebody paid us $1 million bajillion and they're going to show it on every single SERP. Absolutely not. That's just completely counter to how we operate at Indeed. The other piece that I think is worth calling out is we have a really fantastic trust and safety team that moderates content on our search engine result page and our recommendation systems to make sure that we're not just showing crap jobs, right? So we've actively made choices and trade-offs where we've not taken people's money because it's not a good job seeker experience. So kind of an indirect way of answering your question, but I hope it kind of got there. So thank you. Yeah, cool.
I didn't have any questions, but we're right at time. So if everyone could please give me a round of applause for Robyn.
Yeah.
So the next part of the workshop is our first paper session, where we have 2 papers. And our first presentation is by Clara Rus, Jeffrey Luppes, Harry Oosterhuis, and Guido Schoenmaker. And their paper is titled Closing the Gender Wage Gap, Adversarial Fairness in Job Recommendation. Clara, I'm assuming you're going to present, so if you can share your screen.
Okay, so hi, I'm Clara, and I will present to you my research conducted in collaboration with Jeffrey Luppes, Harry Oosterhuis, and Guido Schoenmaker, with the title Closing the Gender Wage Gap, Adversarial Fairness in Job Recommendation. So the goal would be to have a fair job recommendation system. And by this, I mean a system that does not discriminate against gender, race, or religion. So for example, if we have our system and the data from the users, we would want the system to have the same predictions regardless of the gender of the user. However, as you probably know, things can go wrong even if you do not mean for it. And here I have some examples. For example, the Amazon AI recruiting engine showed bias against women, and they eventually shut down the project. or the Facebook ad delivery system that excluded women from seeing some job listings, such as taxi driver, or the very well-known Microsoft AI chatbot that learned to be racist within a day. And of course, you probably know the paper "Man is to computer program on as woman is to homemaker," that showed that popular models such as Word2Vec are very prone to perpetuate stereotypical gender biases in the word embeddings. As you can see in the title, for example, the equivalent of computer programmer to woman was found to be homemaker. So if you are to use this kind of embeddings in our job recommendation system, it could be the case that the system will learn to favor men for computer programmer jobs. So next, the data was provided by DPG Media and Naționale Vacature Bank, and it consists of resumes and vacancies that are both in English and Dutch. For the resumes data, we also know the gender and the industry group, and for the vacancy data, we also know the salary per hour. And I also want to show here that the resumes were anonymized, so we do not have any kind of personal information in the embeddings of the documents. And the embeddings of the documents were created using a Word2Vec model trained on the vacancies data. So yes, the idea would be to obtain vector representations that can lead to fair predictions. And for this, I have two solutions: a word substitution method and an adversarial debiasing method. The word substitution method is quite simple. We take the data that was used to train the Word2Vec model, and we replace some of the gender words with more neutral words. And then we train again the Word2Vec model on this new data and create again the vector representations for both the vacancies and the resumes. The adversarial debiasing method, on the other hand, is a more complex method. It makes use of a generator, and it creates new representations that should satisfy two constraints. So the new representation should still contain some useful information for the job recommendation task, but they also should contain less gender information so that the predictions are made independent of the gender. So to keep the useful information in the new representations, I use the classifier to constrain the representations to be useful for the classification task of predicting the industry group from the resume data. And to keep the gender information as out as possible, I use an adversary that is a binary classifier that tries to predict the gender from the new representation. So in the end, the representations should be useful for the classifier and as useless as possible for the adversary. So then the model should minimize the loss of the classifier and maximize the loss of the adversary. Then I considered to evaluate the usefulness and the fairness of the representations by evaluating the performance and the fairness of the classifier used to predict the industry group. And to evaluate the performance, I used accuracy, and to evaluate the fairness, I used statistical parity, which is the difference between the positive rates between the two genders. So we would need to have this difference as close as possible to 0. And here are some of the results of the performance fairness trade-off of the classification task for predicting the industry group. We can see that using the adversarial debiasing method, the fairness improved. And the accuracy is quite close as it was using the original representations. Using the word substitution method, no significant changes were done to the results. However, looking only at the accuracy can be misleading because when looking at the true positive rate, we can see that using the adversarial debiasing method indeed had an impact on the performance. Now it's quite low, so it's almost half as it was with using the original representations. So if one is to look only at the accuracy, it would conclude that the adversarial debiasing method had no impact on the performance. But when looking at the true positive rate, we can see that there is indeed a trade-off between performance and fairness. Next, I wanted to check if gender information is still present in the representations of the resumes. So for this, I used a simple classifier to try to predict the gender from the representations of the resumes. Using the original presentations, the classifier managed to obtain an area under the curve of 94%. Using the word substitution method, this was lowered to 92%. And using the adversarial debiasing method, this was lowered to 82%. So even with the adversarial debiasing method, there is still some gender information present, but it is less present than with using the original representations. And finally, I conducted the salary association test, which tests the impact of gender bias in the representations on the wage gap between the male and the female group. So for this, I the resumes in the vacancies in the embedding space, and using the Euclidean distance, I chose the closest vacancies for each resume, and then we looked at the salaries that were associated to the male group and the salaries that were associated to the female group. And my results showed that using the original representations produced a wage gap of 1,600 euros per year. Using the word substitution method, this gap was a little bit increased, but using the adversarial debiasing method, the wage gap between the male and the female group was lowered to only 180 euros per year. So even though the model was not trained for this specific task, the new representations using the adversarial debiasing method have a real impact on the wage gap between the male and the female group. However, when looking within the industry groups, we can see that for most of the industry groups, the wage gap was lowered using the adversarial debiasing. For some of the industry groups, the wage gap increased. This with caution, because we would not want to minimize the wage gap for some industry groups, but make it worse for others. So for future work, we would want to also evaluate the quality of the matches, because due to the data that we had, that was not possible. We would also want to test the salary association test in a more complex matching system, and also include non-binary genders. And I think it will also be to see how this method applies to other types of embeddings, because this work is limited to embeddings created using word-to-vec models. So in conclusion, I want to emphasize that ignoring the bias in the data can indeed lead to unwanted discriminatory behavior, producing a wage gap between the male and the female group of 1,680 euros per year. And that the adversarial debiasing method indeed improved the fairness, but with the cost of lowering the performance. So there is a trade-off between fairness and performance. And finally, the adversarial debiasing method managed to reduce the wage gap by 89%, even though the method was not trained for this specific task. So this was my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I will answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. So, are there any questions while I reload Slido? Yeah?
Hello, thank you for the presentation. That was really interesting. I'm wondering, for the results for the gender pay gap, you mentioned there were some differences by industry. Which industries did the adversarial method not perform so well on, and what are your intuitions or about why?
You can see here with the red rectangle, the ones for which the adversarial debiasing method made it worse, but I do not really have an answer for this, because we couldn't really evaluate this at the moment. But I guess it could also be because of the distribution of the jobs, because maybe for some of the industries we have more jobs or less jobs present in the data.
There's a question on Deepak asks, will you be making the data set that you used public?
Not really, because it was provided by the company, so I cannot do that. I mean, the vacancies, you can find them online on National Vacature Bank, but the resumes, yeah, no, because they are like personal.
Yeah. Is there another question from the room? Otherwise, oh, yeah.
I was wondering, in your data set, is there a high correlation between gender and certain job types? And if so, is this stratified like in a 50-50 split for your gender prediction task or not?
Can you repeat the question?
So is there a high correlation between gender and the job types? And if so, is this split in half basically for the prediction task of the gender? Because you have quite high scores for predicting the gender, that might also just be based on the correlation.
Yes, I guess that could be the case, of course.
Okay, I'll take a question on Slido and then another one from the room. So Esteban has asked, do you have any intuition on what would be the impact of just removing or hiding the gender feature from the model? Though we understand that just removing that information is not the optimal solution, it might be interesting to understand how that would impact performance.
Well, yes, as I showed, removing completely the gender information, I think could affect the performance, because now the performance was affected.
Okay, thanks. Louis?
Hi, thank you. Very interesting work. One of the things that you didn't work at Adversarial in that sense was that you have an anonymized data set for curriculum, right? And obviously there is a name there, and the person who's judging the job will see a name. And I know you went from gender pronouns to a neutral pronouns, right? I think an interesting continuation of this work would be, yes, I know you might not be able to see the names because of privacy issues and obviously the way the data is shared, but actually do the adversarial the other way, changing from a male pronoun to a female pronoun, from female to a male pronoun, then see how the adversarial attack can actually impact your models and how that would balance out. Just looking forward to see the continuation of everything, and if you ever thought about those kind of techniques.
Yeah. I thought about this, and I think that could be a very interesting to investigate further.
Okay, there's time for one more question, but I don't see any online, so then I'll use the chair's prerogative to ask one. So one of the data sources that you have is this free text for the job ad, right? Are these cleaned in some way? Because often the job ad will contain meta information about how to apply, or will contain information about how the company, what they're like, and their culture, and their. So is that kind of, I mean, if a company describes themselves in very flowery words, maybe that has an impact on performance as well. Did you filter that out, or?
I think maybe we lost the connection to Clara, but I can answer in her stead. So no, we didn't filter anything out of the job advertisements. We just used them as is, basically, as they were posted online.
Okay, thanks, Guido. Okay, then it's time to move on to the next presentation. Thanks again to the speaker and also to Guido for answering questions. So the next presentation, and the last one before the coffee break, is End-to-End Bias Mitigation in Candidate Recommender Systems with Fairness Gates by Adam Mehdi Arafan, David Graus, Fernando Pascal Santos, and Emmanuel Boxy Osalé. So if Adam, you could share your screen.
So yeah, thank you for the amazing presentation, Clara. It was very insightful. Thank you for the introduction, Toine. So yeah. My name is Adam, and I'll be presenting our paper from, you can see the title here, And it was a project that we worked on during my master's thesis, which was done at Randstad in collaboration with the University of Amsterdam and the Civic AI Lab at the University of Amsterdam. So on the agenda, first introduction, what is the topic? So what are candidate recommender systems, bias mitigation, and then more in the background, how do we mitigate bias in these systems? Before formulating our problem statement, look over the methodology, the results, and finally some discussion and conclusion points. Recommender systems, they come with different levels of risks of harm. Of course, if you recommend shoes or books to potential customers, recommending the wrong shoe or the wrong book is not as bad as recommending the wrong candidate. Even worse, even worse, such as ranking candidates that are good and ranking them at the bottom of the list because of, well, reasons that might be caused by sensitive attributes, which we'll talk about now. Mainly the highest risk is the risk of proxy variables, of hidden correlations that might exist between features that you use in your model and other features that you cannot see but are thoroughly expressed through these correlations. So some examples, also as Clara mentioned in her presentation, Amazon's automated recruiting system, which turned out to show biases indeed against women, and also and Predpol, which was a predictive policing system, which showed biases against a certain race. In this case, the sensitive attributes were race and gender, and were expressed through zip codes for race, and for Amazon, it was the use of language and a plethora of other features that actually, well, proxied those sensitive attributes. So the problem is job candidate recommendation and bias mitigation in job candidate recommendation. And how we decided to tackle the issue was by generating synthetic candidate profiles, because the idea we had is that if we generated new data that wouldn't be tainted, so to say, potentially with these hidden correlations, then we could perhaps mitigate some of the biases. But we didn't stop here. We also added another step. In this case, it was a re-ranking algorithm that we implemented from Geik et al.'s paper. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with it. And we use this as a post hoc method, which is why we're talking about fairness gates and two fairness gates, because we first check at the data level, and then after we actually score the candidates and rank them. So to recap all of this before we move forward, these fairness gates, as I said, fairness pre-processing, and this is at the data level, or synthesized data, and at the post-processing when we, well, rank the candidates and then try to mitigate the bias at a later step. So to actually validate our experiments, we used multiple data sets as a master data set that was split up into multiple subsets, 5 in total. So we actually simulated heavy imbalances. In this case, we were looking at gender mainly when it comes to bias mitigation. So we made heavily imbalanced data sets with 20% females and 80% males, and vice versa. We also simulated slight imbalances and also simulated perfect balance between 50-50. Of course, we only considered 2 genders, and of course, this comes as a limitation that should be considered for the future work, where 3 genders would be considered. This was only caused by the fact that we didn't have a representative sample when it comes to the 3rd gender. So how did we synthesize data? We used the GAN, a generative adversarial network. It's a relatively simple concept. When it comes to generating data, we sample from a noise vector, and later on, a discriminator needs to see if the samples that were generated from noise by the generator are real or fake. And then depending on whether the discriminator was right or wrong, the loss function is updated. It's a simple premise, simple adversarial setup. However, a lot of issues can happen when it comes to mode collapse problems, vanishing gradient problems. And however, luckily, we used Xie et al.'s CT guide, which was open sourced and overcomes a lot of these issues. Also, the learning of discrete features, which is a relatively difficult task to do. And this comes from this is for the data synthesis. And then when we look at the second fairness gate, we implemented Geik et al.'s re-ranker. And in this case, what we try to do is for every ranked list, we have candidates, and we try to interweave the top ranks according to a sensitive attribute A and the proportion B. In this case, the proportion was 50%, 50%, because we infused it with demographic parity. And this was done at the second fairness gate at the ladder level. And as you can see, none of this is novel, of course. For a lot of papers exist on generative modeling, and a lot of new, more groundbreaking algorithms such as diffusion models, for instance, now exist and are doing quite some good work. Also, when it comes to fairness techniques, there are also very specific fairness techniques like counterfactual fairness that are very specific as well to recommender systems. However, we did see, to the extent of our knowledge, that there wasn't any combination actually of looking between pre-processing and post-processing techniques, and let alone actually using static data at the first level and then later on considering another fairness processing technique. So considering that this is our scope, our problem statement will of course look at what are the impacts and trade-offs between utility and fairness that could arise from combining static data at the pre-processing level, therefore the first fairness gate, and at the post-processing level, so at the second fairness gate. So we'll try to see what is the trade-off between fairness and utility. Methodology, so a small recap: pre-processing, first fairness gate, synthetic data generation; post-processing, second fairness gate, greedy, fair, re-ranking. And for this, we used a structured data set, which is proprietary to Randstad and was a mixture of data types, continuous, categorical, and binary, which actually can be quite problematic to learn for tabular GANs. However, with some minimal fine-tuning, we're able to overcome this. And this data in practice is, well, of course, adjusted to the HR domain, and we can distinguish between three features, being candidate features, for instance, how many hours is a candidate willing to work, how far is a candidate willing to travel to go to work. We also looked at job features, what is the industry in which this company is positioned, and also some other the overlapping features between candidate and jobs, so the distance between the candidate and the job that they might take, and also whether the candidate has worked in the industry or not before. So here's a small outline of our pipeline. So we have our input data here, and we made a simple rejection sampler that we have used to make a train and test sets. So as I said before, we try to simulate levels of heavy imbalance from 20-80 splits to slight imbalance 45-55, so on and so forth. And we did that for both genders. So we make a holdout set out of this, and we leave it, we put it away, because this is what we'll be using at the last step to be able to score the candidates and to see if, well, these two fairness gates work or not. So now let's focus on the right side. We have our training sets, our 5 subsets that we use to train 5 synthetic sets. So 5 counts would be working on learning from these 5 subsets. And we keep the 5 real ones that we propagate directly to the candidate recommender system. So then our candidate recommender system is trained on 10 different data sets, 5 of which are real, 5 of which are synthetic, and all of them come at the same level of imbalance that we see here and that I discussed before. After this, we actually use these different candidate recommender systems and score the test data, which later on is propagated to re-ranker. Once again, 5 real, 5 synthetic. And at the end, we see what is the effect of the first fairness gate here in red and the second one in blue. For metrics, we used NDKL for fairness. NDKL just answers the question of what is the difference between 2 distributions. In this case, when it comes to the ranks, how different are the ranks from distributions of males and females? And of course, we used NDCG to look at the utility. NDCG is a pretty common IR metric. So for the results, first the visual analysis, we have here A, B, A1, and B1. And females are in blue, males are in orange. And on A, you see the data set with heavy imbalance. And on B, you see the data set with perfect balance, 50% males, 50% females. So these were the scores that were attributed by the CRS and on the real data. And these are the scores attributed by the CRS when it was trained on synthetic data. So as you can see, B1 seems very normally shaped to get a nice bell curve. And from this, we can see that, well, there is some form of positive effect into when training the CRS on synthetic data when it comes to balancing and fairness. And we can also see this when in the NDCG, also for the utility, when there's almost a 40%, 30% increase in utility aggregated through all of these when we compare between the NDCG score of real data and synthetic data. So we saw that not only could we be more fair, almost twice as fair, we also manage to preserve utility. And before concluding, some short discussion points. We use demographic parity for everything, which of course is slightly even too naive in this case, because we should look at domain adjusted rules, because certain domains, certain industries have natural skewness toward a certain gender. So we should reconsider these rules per industry. Also for validation, we should look at future job requests that we haven't seen, also be using recruiters or some form of A/B testing. Finally, when it comes to reject sampling, we lost almost 80% of our data because our constraints were not as elegant as they could have been. And finally, we only considered 2 genders instead of 3. So once again, this is our question. And we saw that, well, synthetic data generators have a similar performance regardless of the inputs levels of imbalance, as you can see with those histograms. Re-ranking shows similar improvement in fairness in both synthetic and real-trained scores. However, the main contribution, main impact here is that the utility impact is not as bad when actually we're using synthetically trained candidate recommender systems. So yeah, this is it from our side. Sorry, it took a minute more. And yeah, thank you. And if you have any questions, please, yeah, let me know.
Thank you, Adam. So, are there any questions? I don't see any on Slido yet, but maybe there's some people in the room that would like to ask a question. If not, I can kick it off. Gender is one of these attributes, right, that can lead to discrimination, but another one is ethnicity. We know that ethnic background can have the same problem where some people are not invited to interviews as often as others. This is a categorical variable with multiple values. Do you have any idea or any thoughts on how this approach with these 2 combined gates, whether that also would work for an attribute like ethnicity, which is a bit richer in that sense, or a combination of gender and ethnicity? Could you just combine all of them indefinitely?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. For the 2 famous gates, so we only focused on gender. Also, this was a master's project, so I didn't have as much time. But yeah, that does actually have quite some severe consequences. When it comes to the CT gun, we actually also generated certain codes, and we did manage to generate certain columns that would have a lot of unique values, a few thousands, without a problem. However, when it comes to the re-ranker, when it comes to, well, actually solving that optimization problem, we cannot be using the greedy search method anymore because its feasibility is not guaranteed when a column has or a variable has more than 4 levels. So for this gender, there aren't that many, there isn't that issue if we look at only 3, for instance. However, when we start looking at nationality, then we need to start thinking in buckets. Also age, we start to need thinking in buckets, and we would need to, well, reduce it to at least some form of relaxed constraint that doesn't exceed 10 buckets. But if we do want to have a greedy search, then after 4 levels, it will be quite difficult to guarantee its feasibility.
Cool, thanks. Luis has a question.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I really like the synthetic data component of things. But I have a question more on the at the end, what you said about the trying to reduce those biases. Sometimes it's harmful, and you think about the future, how are you going to do that in a better systematic way? And this is what I'm trying to see if you have some thoughts about the future, because it's very like, you think about software engineer is something that we always trying to correct the bias, right? And it's a no-brainer, right? But then you think about, let's say, truck drivers might be a very difficult question. Have you thought about how to do that without having to put the person in the loop and like an automatic? I don't know. I just want to. I'm curious about your future work, pretty much.
Yeah. So if I understand your question correctly, it's mainly referring to how we can have these domain adjustable rules, like you said, for instance, for truck drivers, where maybe the global average would be that there are more males than female truck drivers. Would that be correct? Is that what you're referring to in general?
Yeah. I don't know, but you can imagine there's some situations, there are jobs that women do not want to do, regardless whether you want to have a parity.
Yeah. Then that question actually becomes a very, very tricky ethical and philosophical question, because then if you look at it, it's also, you can look at it as a chicken and egg problem. Okay, currently, I guess if we calculate the average, there would be more male truck drivers than female truck drivers. But then why did that happen? And what would be the right answer in a counterfactual world? In that case, to decide of the rule is something that, yeah, needs some thorough thinking that I have not done. But I do know for future work that we need to come with some form of an answer and to look at these industries and to look at, well, these jobs like truck drivers, security guards, so on and so forth. I know for a fact that a 50-50 split would not be fair in that case, but how fair should that split be? And if we should look at an interval, should look at a constraint, that I'm not sure about. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. I think we have time for one quick final question, if there's one.
Yeah.
In the room. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for this interesting research. I wanted to follow up on the moderator's question about potentially including multiple dimensions, so like race and gender. You know, there's decades of intersectionality research that suggests that you know, that disparities that Black women face are greater in many areas than just the linear combination of race and gender. And so I was just curious if you had thoughts about ways to incorporate that sort of, you know, necessary intersectionality in the model.
Yeah, so actually for that, I'd refer you to some previous work that was also supervised by David from Sarah Jane van Els, and she did look actually at the intersectionality topic. And I think also David stopped me at any point if I am if I'm misquoting her research, and she was looking at certain combinations, for instance, having an older truck driver or female truck driver, for instance. And this could also be a scenario that can be explored through other counterfactual means. So, for instance, looking at counterfactual fairness and seeing what would be, well, the output of some form of candidate recommender system if we have a combination. If we have these odd, let's say, what-if scenarios. So I did play a bit around. I did play around with it at the beginning of my thesis, but instead went through the more traditional route. But I do see some potential in using, the counterfactual niche in statistics to be able to have all of these what-if scenarios and then see how we can, well, simulate certain scenarios and simulate certain candidates that otherwise would not exist, and see how our system would react to such scenarios. I hope this answers the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam. Let's give Adam a hand again. So that is the end of the first half of the morning session. We have a half-hour break now, and at 11 our panel starts. So I see you all back at 11.
So we're back. We're running a bit late, but it was a coffee break, and you guys are in Seattle, so we don't blame you. But I'm very happy to be chairing this panel. Let me see, my screen is still being shared, right? So we have with us a panel of 4 amazing guests from a wide variety of backgrounds. And before we start, we have a little structure for this panel. So at first, I'll ask each panelist to briefly introduce themselves in a few minutes. And then we have a few predetermined topics that we can discuss. But of course, we encourage any interaction. So if you guys have anything to discuss, then please take your time for it. And then finally, we'll leave a few minutes towards the end of the panel, which is at 12:30 PDT, for a few minutes for each panelist to kind of give some closing thoughts. So with that out of the way, I would like to start by asking the panelists to introduce themselves. Helen, can I start with you?
Yes, of course. Starting with the most odd woman out here. My name is Helen Hulsker. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I also work at Randstad like David is. I'm working as a lawyer now for 20 years within Randstad, and I've worked in various legal areas. And the funny thing is that I started originally as an employment lawyer, and at that moment, you also have to deal with certain discrimination claims or equal treatment. But back then it was in the old days, right? So someone was claiming something for unfair treatment, and we were resolving it by responding via letter or anything. And the last 5 years, I've been more involved in IT and tech and big data, but also the new AI Act that's upcoming in within Europe. And it's funny to see how, well, the topic of employment law and equal treatment now is coming back, but then in a modern version of bias and prevention of bias and mitigation of bias. So it's very, as a lawyer, it's very funny to be back on this topic with a whole new world and a lot of exciting things here. And this is also how I got to know David. And I don't know how regular anyone of you works with lawyers, but from my experience, I can tell that, well, you can all make your lawyers very happy and enthusiastic and eager to learn more. I think if I look back at the meetings I've had with David, it was like we were a couple of bouncing balls in our rooms and really very enlightening. So also from that perspective, I'm very happy and pleased to be here and give some further insights and share my my learnings as a lawyer in this fascinating topic.
Great, thank you. Yeah, the feeling is mutual. I think for me it was the same. Always, there's a lot of learning across disciplines. So that's great. So happy to have you on the panel. Carlos, can I continue with you?
Hey, so my name is Carlos Castillo. I work at Universidad Pompeu Fabra, and I'm now starting in the 1st of November a project on algorithmic discrimination in human recommendation, particularly for this application of HR. Now I want to say a couple of things. I arrived to this topic from the perspective of information retrieval. This is the science behind search engines, in which fairness is perhaps less developed than in other areas of computing, such as data mining or machine learning. And as a first approach is, and you have seen like some papers on that, in that sense, it is fairness is conceptualized in computational terms as the absence of discrimination, in which discrimination is some statistical dependency or some connection between some protected category and some outcome, right? So I have my protected categories, my outcomes, and I want these to be as decoupled as possible in some sense, maybe directly or indirectly or through errors and so on. And this is a way in which computer scientists or data, let's say, experts have been conceptualizing fairness. This is one way. But I think there is a more general conception of fairness that I'm trying to push also in this project Finder, the project of that I just referred to, which is to consider how a system performs from the perspective of different subgroups. So I'm not avoiding a system evaluation that is just based on the perspective of averages, which I think is something we tend to do. And let me give you just a little example. So if we were to evaluate buildings as we evaluate artificial intelligence, we will say that a building that has no access ramp for people using a wheelchair is 99% accurate because, for instance, in Europe, wheelchair users are 1% of the population, right? So we have, I think we have arrived, what I want to say is that we have arrived in artificial intelligence, particularly because we evaluate things in terms of averages, and we use data sets that are representative of a global population, then they tend to be average. We have arrived to a situation where there is a certain tyranny of the majority. And the artificial intelligence systems, including human recommendation systems, are evaluated from the perspective of average people, majority people, and that is creating a lot of problems independently of those statistical dependencies I just mentioned. I think it's a matter of system evaluation, whether a system is performing similarly or at least decently for different subgroups, which is something I can expand in the questions.
Thank you. That's definitely a topic I think indeed we will cover during the panel. Liangjie, may I ask you to take the word?
All right, thank you. So this is a Liangjie home. So I'm a director of engineering AI at the LinkedIn. My teams are driving jobs search and recommendation products in LinkedIn, and we also work on a lot of other product initiatives to help our members find their jobs and also help our recruiters to find their talents. And one notable product we power also is this emails that probably send each one of you every day of all the jobs we want to recommend to you. And I know it's a hit and miss sometimes, and a lot of people have a lot of strong emotions on those things. I think in the past 2.5 years, I think the mission of LinkedIn, it becomes more important than ever, that we want to help more people in this pandemic and a lot of great change period. to find the jobs. And so there's a lot of interesting and challenging problems that we have to tackle. Before LinkedIn, I was in a company called RecSys, an e-commerce marketplace. So I grew the data science machine learning team there, and also building a lot of AI applications for marketplace. Before that, I was in Yahoo Research for a couple of years. So very glad to be here to discuss a lot of interesting topics. Back to you.
Thank you. Thanks. Happy to have you. And then Robyn, most of us have already heard you this morning during the keynote, but for the people who just tuned in, could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Robyn Rap. I am a senior data science manager at Indeed.com, the world's #1 job site. I am trained as a sociologist, and Indeed, I began at Indeed about 6.5 years ago, and have been really thrilled to grow with the company the last 6.5 years. Have spent my time in a variety of different areas of the company. Most recently, over the course of the last few years, started helping to lead our ranking and search engine teams, both front end and back end, for some time. Recently have become more involved in our jobs feed, which is a recommendation system that pulls from a variety of different what we call match providers across Indeed to provide more relevant jobs to our job seekers in more of a push fashion, as opposed to a traditional search engine that has long been Indeed's kind of bread and butter. Another part of my scope recently became our search aggregation and trust and safety teams, as well as our search backend teams. So I'm thrilled to be here today to join you. Thank you so much for having me.
Fantastic. So that's a lot of experience, expertise at the table. So as promised, we have a few topics. I will start with the first one, and then afterwards I will get rid of these slides so that we can see each other. So the first topic is about the global labor shortage. I'll read the summary. So talent shortages and skills mismatch are putting economic growth and new job creation at risk. In many industries, employers are unable to find enough people with the right skills to fill their vacancies. Research has shown an estimated talent shortage of over 25 million people in the US by 2030 and 35 million people by 2050 in Europe. So that's the overarching topics. There's a few questions to get you started. So one could be, what do you see as opportunities for HR tech in addressing this global shortage? And what could this, in some industries, very sudden shifts mean for the job matching engines we are training now? Is there anyone who would like to take a stab?
I'll try and take a stab. I mean, this is actually, first I'll just start by saying this is kind of a tough one, David, like out the gate. Like, I think it's a tough one even for economists right now. So way to give us a softball question to start here. Solve the economy. You know, we'll start with like a few facts that I think are worth calling out so that folks on the call who are less familiar with the hiring marketplace. So first off, there's less than a 4% unemployment rate today. The labor market is the tightest it's ever been. There's 2 open positions for every worker looking for a job today. So you've got that is on one hand, and then you have all of this weirdness going on with calls for recession and layoffs in the tech industry. And what's more, this is coming after multiple years of a global pandemic that had unequal impact on different sectors of the economy. So you have some sectors that just completely shut down entirely, while you have other sectors like healthcare and e-commerce that just went through the roof during the pandemic. And so we're seeing some sectors that had boomed and ran really hot during the pandemic starting to cool off. And this is kind of in the midst of some longer term trends in the economy, right? So you have an aging workforce. This is especially true in the US and Japan. A lack of kind of flexible immigration policies. So for instance, Brexit and some of the kind of shifts in immigration policy in the United States over the last 4 to 5 years, as well as an increasing focus on work-life balance. And that represents a pretty big shift in what job seekers are looking for from their employers. There's generally been a shift toward knowledge work over the course of the last 40 to 50 years. So the kinds of work that we see, workers doing has shifted tremendously. So, to kind of more directly answer your question, I think that we need to be more efficient in the ways that we match job seekers and employers, especially shortening the time to make a hire, especially for our most vulnerable job seekers. So that means making it clear to job seekers what their transferable skills are. That means surfacing jobs that they might not have known about otherwise, which is where our recommendation platforms are really important here. With an economy that is this tight and with such a need to fill all these positions, we need everyone who can work to be able to get a job. And so what that means is we have a real opportunity to break down systemic biases and barriers to hiring. Indeed has actually committed to helping 30 million job seekers who are facing barriers find meaningful employment by the year 2030. So for instance, there's a concept of fair chance hiring. This is the belief that all quality candidates deserve to be considered for roles, regardless of their criminal background status, and whether or not they have, been impacted by the criminal legal system. And so we're working really closely with a variety of parties here at Indeed, as well as our social impact team, to make inroads on this, so that our most vulnerable job seekers have access to employment. And finally, we have an opportunity here, I think, to make job seeking much more human. We've partnered with Goodwill, which is a company based here in the US that helps people facing challenges find and sustain meaningful employment. So it's not just about, how we can build better recommendation systems. It's also about how we can get creative in a more human approach as well.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to share their thoughts on the topic?
Maybe I can build on what Robyn said earlier, right? So I think the skills is a really key things we probably want to double down, right? So think about how we are, a lot of companies and recruiters are hiring in the past, right? So we hire heavily based on the titles, based on the experience. And in the past couple of years, I think yes, there is a talent shortage, but we also observe quite high job seeker activities as well. There are more and more people want to find jobs. They want to also explore remote working opportunities. I think the bigger thing is the mismatch part, right? So if you just look at historically traditional way, we're hiring, I want to hire software engineer with 6-year working experience with this, Java programming background. Okay, so maybe there is a limited people, with that background. So then if all the companies compete with this small cohort, it'll be very challenging. But if we can advocate and educate the industry to move to more like a skill-based hiring, I also similar to what Robyn mentioned, that we can help the talents with this background or learning these skills, but they may not have the titles, they may not have the sort of the experience credentials, being able to enter all this field such that we can match them more and give those more opportunities. I think that would be critical as well, right? So again, this is going to be a shift from all this credential and experience-based hiring to the more skill-based, more kind of building up like a future kind of trajectory-based thing. So I think that's something we, as an industry, probably we need to build the muscle and build the tools and the things to help users, right? So that's something I just want to build on top of the talk.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wants to respond or add their thoughts?
Well, coming from slightly, obviously, a different angle, but I really like the positive tone of the question, and also just listening what Robyn and Liangjie said. Sorry, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. The opportunities that are out there, and of course, ideally, we solve all world's problems and everything. But the reason I find it so important to be positive about the opportunities that data or AI can bring is that HR in AI or AI in HR has a real negative connotation, and there's a lot of focus on the risk. That's what I see, at least from the regulatory perspective. Of course, in New York, you have the new bills, but I hope you've also heard about the AI Act that's being proposed in Europe, which will have a substantial impact also for all providers that will propose their products on the European markets. Because all AI, and there's a very broad definition that is out there in HR, is by definition regarded as high risk. So there's directly this focus on risk and so less on opportunities. And in whatever roundtable or whatever party we meet with, it's often they see it as, oh, it's dangerous and it's toxic, but there's so much more opportunity and there's so much positive side on it. And it would be very good to be vocal about it, about those achievements and special groups that's being aided to work and everything on all these shortages or other challenges that we see on the labor market. So it's also very good to be very, very vocal about it and balance it a bit off from the risky side, but coming from that perspective.
Thanks. We're always happy to discuss opportunities. Carlos, perhaps is there something?
Yeah, very briefly, like I find myself, this is an interesting perspective because typically when you have a technologist and a lawyer in the same room, the technologist will speak about opportunities and the lawyer will speak about risks. And here I feel that I'm kind of in the opposite position. So it's nice to have these inversions for a change.
I feel like we're the butt of some kind of bar joke, like 3 technologists and a lawyer walk into a bar. Like...
All right, so thank you all for your thoughts. Let's move on to the next topic. So the next topic is perhaps a bit more technical. So it's about fair AI in practice. So recently, we've seen many advances in fair and ethical AI, from high-level and broad developments, such as the introduction of AI impact assessment tools, to more concrete and hands-on, such as off-the-shelf tools offered by most cloud providers that provide methods for debiasing AI models or data. What are your views on HR-specific challenges or obstacles in implementing fair AI models? And how do you see the developments in this regard? So how long will it take to have operationalized fairness in the context of HR tech? And maybe Liangjie, because I know there's some work you've been doing at LinkedIn in this area. Can I ask your perspective first on this topic?
Yes. So I don't know. I need a lawyer to help me with my statement or not. But I think it's a very, very important topic, and we are taking it very, very seriously. And just give you some perspective, right? So in the past couple of years, fairness, especially equity, what we call the internal equity, is a company priority. We have been working on it in the past 2 years, and there are many aspects of that. Right? So you can think about different product offerings in LinkedIn, like for the job seekers, recruiters, there are marketers, salespeople. There's a wider range of customers building the platform. So we have to work a holistic product and engineering vision on top of that. And of course, there are many, many very detailed technical challenges and so forth. From my experience is that we are still work in progress. I don't think there is an end stage now. I think, in fact, probably is at a very early stage that we understand what's really going on and what's the final outcome would be, right? So a lot of I can speak more on the AI or / engineering side. So on the AI / engineering side, I think at the beginning there's a lot of excitement around, hey, can we apply paper ABC to our systems, and then we just we're done with the problem. Well, obviously that's a very simple assumption, and very quickly we end up with debating a lot of things very deeply, and then we have to step back and from the basic assumptions, right? So for instance, I can share one example is that we want to de-bias or show equal quote unquote job opportunities for different the gender or the different background of the cohort. That sounds a very simple or naive starting point, right? But very quickly you run into a situation where how do you define equal background, right? So for instance, a PhD graduate from Stanford University who happened to be a female, another is a PhD graduate from Stanford University who happened to be a male. Are they the equal background, right? So, but they may are looking for different jobs, right? So one person might click the bunch of jobs completely different than the second person, right? So do you want to take that into consideration or not? Or you just stick to their quote unquote the education background or not, right? So you see, like very quickly you start to run into a lot of problems. The second problem also is very challenging, is that okay, you have your current system and your current system is doing something, and you can observe your current system whether you have certain preference or / bias towards certain groups or cohort. Then the question is that what's your ideal case, right? So like, how do you want to tweak your current system to the ideal case? Then there's a lot of debate, and a lot of it is that, okay, do you want to change your system intentionally, or do you want to quote unquote adjust to the not to the absolute equal case, but maybe like a more natural distribution case? There are a lot of details, and a lot of, and every single case of that means completely different things for the outcome. So to summarize a little bit, of course we can go deeper, but to summarize is that we are at the very beginning, and we're very, very cautious of what we're doing. And obviously we notice the system has playing preference over certain cohort over or not. But at the same time, what's the quote unquote mitigation plans, or what's the actual things we want to improve are still quite a bit in flux, and we need to be very, very cautious. So that's I just share a little bit journey on where we are. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. And maybe Helen, may I ask you whether the law can give us any guidelines, or whether they do or will?
Can I give the typical lawyer answer? It depends. No, that's a huge challenge, and this is really a gray area, right? I mean, in the US, for example, there is some guidance, right? From the EEOC, you have the 4th/5th rule, and that at least gives you, I think, as a lawyer, some guidance. If I look into the AI Act, there isn't, right? There's only a whole list of requirements that AI providers need to comply with, and users as well, but there's nothing about norm setting. So you never know when you are doing it right. So that is a real challenge. At the same time, of course, we have equal opportunity legislation in Europe and in US and everywhere in the world. But then you really have like, two far apart areas, and they really need to come together. And I think it's just a real missed point that in the European AI Act, there's no such thing as a norm. Which at the same time is a nice plea again for lawyers to be working with data scientists and the developers, because it is a gray area. And I mean, as a company or as a lawyer, and I'm sure as a data scientist, you want to do the right thing. And of course, you do want to have some guidance on when is it right, but by listening to each other on what can happen, right? And is the distribution, related to population or different? Well, I'm really not an expert in this, but just thinking about the conversations that we have, that really helps in understanding, you've thought about it, you are doing the right thing. And then I think you have at least a good story, right? That at least you've tried everything to take it all out and to be as fair as possible, which I think, I'm not giving legal advice here, of course, but that is a huge step forward, right? And that will certainly be of a help.
Thank you. Any more thoughts on this?
Please.
Oh, go ahead, Carlos. No, after you, please.
No, if you're going to respond directly to this topic, then please go ahead.
Actually, I wanted to kind of second something that Liangjie pointed out, which is, the question kind of says, how long will it take to have operationalized fairness? And I do think that misses the point just a little bit on the question, because I don't think there's like a fixed endpoint where we go, ta-da, we achieved fairness, like we upended the patriarchy, imperialism, and white supremacy, huzzah! Like, it's kind of an ongoing process, and concepts of fairness are updated regularly to reflect cultural values, legal definitions are, to think about it this way, like the kinds of cultural conversations that we're having today about AI ethics would not have happened 10 years ago. Frankly. And so I'm really excited. I share a lot of the excitement that the other two panelists have already noted about how much we're seeing industry and academia investing in this area. I'm glad to see that this work is moving as quickly as it is, frankly, because it's deeply important. You asked, David, what are the HR specific challenges and obstacles here? I would say, I can't necessarily, having not been in another industry, I don't necessarily know kind of which are HR specific and which ones aren't per se, but I do think that in the HR and talent marketplace, the stakes are really high. It's not about, what are you streaming or, what are you buying per se, but it's about, hey, this is someone's employment. This is a deep way that someone is able to find meaning from their lives, be a productive member of a given society, have an income that provides for themselves and their families. And so, no pressure or anything. But I think that it really is a call to action for all of us in this room to take this deeply seriously. And something that I'm really thankful is that this is something that we care a lot about, indeed, and have a dedicated AI ethics team that is just focused on identifying and solving for AI ethics in hiring. So that's, wanted to kind of echo some of what I was hearing from other folks here.
So I want to bring another problem to the table that is related to this fairness, and I think it's a very critical problem, which is the tension between data minimization and equality monitoring. Because the data minimization gets in the way, and in the case of I have done some algorithmic audits for companies, and this is always like a problem that keeps coming over and over again, which is, okay, I want to know if there is any disparate impact of my system over men and women, right? But I don't know who are men and who are women and who are something else in my system, because we don't capture that data because we want to be compliant with data minimization, right? Now, I think there are two signals in the right direction. What is the European Network Against Racism? They have provided like some guidance on how to capture data about ethnicity, about race, about the skin color, for the purposes of equality monitoring. And the AI Act indeed includes provisions for allowing, let's say, systems in high-risk areas such as human resources or human recommendation to capture this data for the purposes of monitoring discrimination. So I think this is to me a big obstacle, because there are many algorithms, there are statistics that we could measure. The development teams will love to have some statistics about, okay, how is my system performing for different groups? How many times a woman is shown in position number 1 for searches? How many times a man? But they don't know, and this is because of this tension. Yeah, I believe that for certain characteristics, such as gender in particular, I think there is I would say that this is data that could be captured for the purposes of equality monitoring without the AI Act in place, just because I think there is without I would say there is a lawful basis for doing that, and that is a compliance with this anti-discrimination law, and I'm going to use this data for this purpose, which is to monitor whether my system is complies with gender equality regulation or whatever in the case of Europe. So I would say that is one of the big obstacles.
Yeah, I want to quickly add on top of that. This reminds me something actually also is a kind of a real challenge, is that we cannot discriminate, right? So like what Carlos mentioned, certain attribute and so forth, and also probably cannot record in a lot of systems. But there are applications where recruiters want to do certain things, right? So for instance, there are many companies, they say, oh, I have diversity problem. I want to hire more underrepresented groups. So I want the tool somehow tell me how can I reach to underrepresented groups, right? I wish I could have a button say, hey, I want to filter more Latino, background candidates, or more female engineers, and for many reasons, our tools cannot do that, right? So but at the same time, by talking to customers, by even our internal teams who want to do this, actually, I do see the genuine needs and the desire to really being able to to reach out to certain group of candidates and so forth. But then there's a dilemma, right? So then there's a dilemma, and then there's a challenge. Okay, how can you build the product? How can you build the system such that you can support this type of the needs, but at the same time it's going to be unbiased, and at the same time how can you make sure, right? So you're not introducing more bias in the system. So there are definitely a lot of such challenges when you design real product. So I'm just want to echo on what Carlos bringing up in the case.
Can I also chip in on what Carlos said, because that's absolutely the point that we've been pleading for as well, right? You want to do the right thing, to be equal or whatever, and not discriminate, but then you need to have certain data from people, whether it's data minimization or whether because it is sensitive data, which you are in principle forbidden to process within Europe. So it was contradicting legislation. And now in the AI Act, there is indeed a proposed change where there are some possibilities, but it's very important to take into account that it's currently only for providers of AI and not for the users of AI. And I remember that when we noticed it, David and I also had a discussion on it, that you're quite easily a provider or a user, but if the provider, let's say it's a big tech firm, and then we as a user would like to use that in a more specific case, then we know our market, we have our data of our candidates, of our talents in maybe a more niche or a more certain population, a lot more enriched data set, for example, which can give better insights, but we are not able to do anything still with the data because we are dependent on the bigger firms, having the data. And so there is indeed, I'm happy with, the first step there, but it would be nice that that possibility would be there for the users as well, because I think it is up to the users who know their markets a lot better and have better data on it to even use that more to the benefit of fairness. So they have a little bit more work to do there in Europe.
Thank you. Are there any more thoughts? Maybe a question for me, because I do remember also in the European AI Act, there's some talk about these sandbox environments, right? In which, in theory, you should be able to have this data, use this data. Is there, Helen? Can you maybe shed some light on that?
Yeah. So well, they're not killing all innovation in Europe. I think they sometimes say the US is proud of innovation and Europe is proud of its regulation. That's somewhere that's, but indeed there are some provisions for sandboxes in the AI Act. But maybe it's also good to mention that the AI Act is part of a bigger European strategy. There will also be a Data Act on top of the GDPR Act to facilitate further data sharing, both public and private companies. There will be a governance act that provides for mechanisms out of it. So Ursula von der Leyen is really working on a more European data market where more should be possible, actually. And that also ties into the sandbox and everything. So there are indeed opportunities for sandboxing. I have to say there are still also quite some controls and limitations on the sandboxing. So we need to see how that evolves. We're constantly getting new drafts, and there's another draft text expected by the end of this month. So we're constantly determining position there. But it is a positive thing from the AI Act. I agree. Yeah.
And maybe then a question for our overseas friends, so Robyn and Liangjie. These kind of developments, do they also like, are you involved with them, or do they touch your work, or is it different?
David, I want to make sure I'm following the question. Is the question, are the kind of ongoing legal and regulatory discussions in Europe affecting us here in the US?
Yeah.
Well, I'll start by saying I'm not a lawyer, and so you know, I'll kind of preface it by saying that, and I'm not an AI ethicist either. What I can say is you know, we know it's a really quickly evolving space, and our AI ethics and legal teams are constantly working and dedicated to make sure that we're putting our job seekers first, that we're being ethical, that we're staying compliant with the law, whether that's in the US or any of the other 59 markets that we support here at Indeed. I can say it's a very quickly evolving space, and we're really optimistic about a lot of the paths that forward that have been proposed here at Indeed. And that we have really a once-in-a-generation opportunity in front of us to enact legislation that is both enforceable and meaningfully protects job seekers.
Yeah, so I certainly need a lawyer for this part, right? So, but I think we involved with actually internal lawyers surprisingly very often. Actually, pretty much we meet. With our internal lawyers and a lot of you know, legal advisors on the AI on the monthly basis. And there are a lot of discussion around the data, around the AI, and etc., and specifically around the hiring and you know, talent in the marketplace. It's very much the focus. So in terms of involvement, you know, and the discussion actually is very much in the loop. Are we changing anything operating in Europe or US and so forth? Not yet. I don't think I'm not seeing that happening very time soon. But we are monitoring very closely with the European legislation, and also there are, I think, US, and there are also like California, there are state level legislation as well, right? So there are multiple layers here. So. Yeah, the short answer is that we are monitoring very closely. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Then, if there's no more thoughts on this topic, then I propose we move on to the next one. So the next topic is about multi-stakeholder development, and this was a recurring theme in last year's workshop as well, both in the panel and breakout sessions and the keynotes. In this panel too, we have multiple expertises present. So how do you think about how the different disciplines should be involved in the development of HR technology? Liangjie, you just mentioned that indeed you're also talking with your lawyers, with legal people. So how do you identify those? Maybe let's start there, because later we can talk about end users. That's a slightly different group. But about finding within your organization relevant stakeholders and involving them in your development cycle.
Yeah, that's a great question, right? So I think, sorry, let me finish, and this is a great question. I think probably very hard to involve all the shareholder, because sometimes you miss somebody, right? So and I think there are great lessons learned that you bring certain shareholders too late to the party, right? So like for instance, sometimes we talk to the salespeople too late, right? So like they are in the front line talking to the customers, they are in front line talking to the companies, and they have the first-hand experience and so on and so forth. But in a lot of typical, engineering R&D or product R&D cycles, you may not talk to them at the very beginning, right? So, and also the legal, like, you sometimes not involve that early on, and such that you go ahead with a lot of assumptions and so forth. So I think this is a great topic, and in the future, I think we need to be more involved and open-minded. Sorry, I interrupted Robyn.
Who's next? Anyone else want to share their thoughts?
Yeah, I think there is a more fundamental problem in the development of AI, which is like the diversity of that is being developed by very homogeneous development teams. So I studied computing engineering. I got my degree in engineering in the late 90s, and we were about 85% of my promotion were men. And now I'm a professor at a Spanish university, and about 80% of our software engineering graduates are men. So it's very, like, the situation has changed very little in 30 years. And in our data science degree, we have about 50% of women graduates, but in the software engineering, it's about 85%. So these things the development teams are very homogeneous, and this is happening in all of AI, not only AI for recruitment. So that I think is a very fundamental problem, and it is very visible even to the end users, right? So you probably have seen a few years ago this HP camera that could follow your face. It will track your face as you move, and this camera didn't work for people with dark skin, and that means that no one in the development team, in the sales team, in the legal review team, in any of the teams that saw that product before shipping was black, right? And we will continue seeing these problems if we don't have heterogeneous development teams.
I want to piggyback off of something that Carlos said here, which is how important it is that we have development and product teams that look like our users, right? So at Indeed.com, we're not just serving knowledge workers, we're not just serving gig workers, we have all of the jobs, we're serving all of the job seekers. And so it's critical that we have a good understanding of our job seeker base. And so to that end, our environmental and sustainability and social governance team has actually introduced what we call our inclusive interviewing rule. So any roles that are a director or above have to have at least one female or non-binary identifying candidate, as well as one person of color candidate before a role can be filled. This is modeled, if you're familiar with the Rooney Rule in basketball, it's modeled after that. And we've seen some really great early successes from this since we introduced it. And so I think that, that's something that I'm personally really excited about as a sociologist to see. The other thing, I just want to kind of put a name to is the very notion of a stakeholder. Stakeholder is actually a term that we're actively trying to reduce usage of at Indeed, because it's kind of based in a bit of imperialist, colonialist idea, right? It's kind of the idea is, oh, I'm going to come and stake a claim as a stakeholder for, an indigenous or First Nations, First Peoples land. So oftentimes you'll hear it Indeed, we're moving more towards using more inclusive language like collaborator or person invested in the work, right? And so I'll talk a little bit more broadly about how we work with different collaborators at Indeed. So ML at Indeed, we are what's called more of an embedded team structure, right? So oftentimes in industry, you'll sometimes see kind of like a more centralized team where, you kind of throw the idea over the fence. You will build a model and then we'll throw it back. One of the ways that we avoid building, deploying and testing ML models, in a vacuum is we by actually go in and embed with the product teams that we're supporting. So these product teams include PMs, software engineers, QA specialists, site reliability engineers, UX research, UX designers, operations teammates. And so the idea here is that we're getting a variety of different perspectives about why are we building this? What are some of the limitations? Who are we building this for? We actually have a process that we call design reviews, where we solicit feedback before we even begin coding to make sure that the thing that we're building is actually helping people get jobs. And so, I'll kind of, I think, I spoke a little bit earlier about, including UX research as part of your process as an ML practitioner. And I'll just echo what I said earlier and how valuable that is to make sure that we're building HR tech that directly helps our user base.
Anyone else something to share?
Yeah, I think, well, coming on again from a European angle, since we have GDPR, of course, now for 4 years implemented, I think, for all data being used, it always contains personal data. So process-wise, it's all very, very good that the data protection officers are, I think, quite early involved from that side. And I think it's very important to take them along in there as well. And well, personally, as a lawyer, I have other stakes to look at. And of course, there's also this bias that the legal department is often seen as the department of no. So we always have a little bit of a challenge to fight our way in. So personally, I drink a lot of coffee with a lot of people and try to get to know what's happening. And but everyone is very open and it's very easy to do. And I think what also helps within Randstad is that we have quite a good PMO function where, also just the whole finance and resources and who's doing what and what problem are we actually solving. That's already, that process already makes sure that all those stakeholders, and then I'm looking at from the legal side, of course, are quite early involved. But I think GDPR there has that angle has also played a very important role with all the data that's being used for the models.
Great, thanks. Maybe I propose that we take the last two suggestions for questions together. So we've been talking a bit about well, the development team first, then the other collaborators within the organization. But what about end users? So either involving, and I think Robyn already alluded to a few of the examples concerning UX research, but both involving end users, also informing and perhaps educating them. Are there any thoughts here?
Yeah, Oh, go ahead, Carlos. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to push back against this idea that that we should design products for our users and with that somehow represent our user population somehow, because there are intersections of characteristics of users for which really the intersections are very small. And unless you have you are willing to do testing with 10,000 subjects, you're not going to be able to test, okay, what happens if I'm a woman and I'm Black and I'm a migrant? What happens if I'm gay and I'm disabled and I don't speak the language of the country for which I'm in which I live, and so on, right? So there are so many possible intersections where if you aim for representativeness, you will get nothing, right? You definitely get nothing. You can so that's that involvement of users, I think, is not really about involving the average users. I think those we have very well covered. I think it's more involving the corner cases and the minority users and how these products are serving or not serving them, most likely not serving them. So I think we have enough practices for testing for the majority, but this is creating as I said, a tyranny of the majority in the direction of the development.
So, and what are some thoughts in designing for these intersectional groups? Is there any direction there?
So I think there are there was some there was a mention of companies that want to hire that want to have more diversity, right? So and there, for instance, here in Spain, there are some NGOs that intermediate work for transgender people or for trans people in general, and what they do is that they act as to do this matching between trans people who are looking for a job and companies that specifically want to hire someone who's trans for a job. And I think there are many such groups that one can reach to, right? Groups that represent women, groups that represent Roma people, groups that represent disabled people with disabilities, and so on. And those could be like a source of ideas and those can help us address these really huge blind spots that we have in design, in testing and development, and even the conceptualization of the products.
So maybe can I ask someone from our industry part of the panel, how do you deal with these kind of unknown unknowns perhaps, or difficult intersectional groups that are not present in your data or in your end users?
Yeah, maybe I can chime in a bit, right? So I think this is the challenge, like I mentioned earlier, it's a fairness part, right? Because there is a laws and a lot of compliance that the products designs tend to be more conservative and tend to be more risk driven, right? Minimize risk driven, right? So like, okay, what data we cannot use and so on and so forth. So I think certainly I feel the product and engineering designing are not doing enough to be able to help all these people and all different cohort and be able to surface a lot of these issues, right? So I think that's something as an industry we need to work together to figure out what's the path and so forth, right? Like how can we build things, how can we explore ideas, and then be able to innovate at the same time, pay attention to all this risk and of course complies to all the laws and etc. Right? So I think that's definitely a very, very challenging the situation, right? So for example, like I think what Carlos mentioned, a lot of these things, at the LinkedIn, you could see say, hey, there are users self-organized as, let's say, LGBT group and some underrepresented group. They can definitely post the things, they can help each other and so on and so forth, right? So but the recruiting tools probably cannot necessarily utilize those data and probably cannot easily explore those attributes and so on and so forth, right? So that hinder the platform a little bit more. So I think that's what's the current status, and I'm looking for more changes and more kind of innovations such as can bring those bring gaps there, right? So that's something I would love to share. Yeah.
I think something, David, that you highlight in one of your questions here is the role of education with our end users. And this is something that I think is extremely powerful across any group, regardless of intersectionality. I think it's hugely important for us as ML practitioners to build trust with our user base. You don't need to look much further than the keynote talk on earlier this week there's a lot of distrust of ML systems, that they can be kind of pointed at as a scapegoat when things go wrong. And I think that we as ML practitioners need to be doing a much better job at explaining what we do. I think that buzzwords like AI and machine learning make it sound like it's really unattainable to people beyond this room. And, look, I'll tell a story. My mom is a Tai Chi teacher. She teaches Tai Chi. My dad owns hardware stores. They came to my job once. They were like, what do? You code? That's cool. Like, it's kind of, it feels, it's like, feels a bit unattainable. And so they were like, well, what's this whole machine learning thing? And I recently explained it to them as, look, it's like y equals mx plus b, but just on steroids. That's the whole thing. Like, just to its brass tacks, right? And they were like, oh, cool. It's just algebra over and over. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty much it. And so I think as, ML practitioners, we need to become much better thing explainers to our users of our products, because, I think that we have kind of hidden ourselves behind, BERT and NLP models and adversarial networks and graph and blah, blah, blah. It's really fun stuff, but it also just obscures a lot of the work that we do, and it makes it feel like, it's this big scary thing that can't actually help people. And so I think it's extremely important that as ML practitioners, we start pulling that curtain back. I'm really thrilled to see more investment in explainable ML, actually. I think that that's really important for building trust with our user base, especially in HR tech, where, like I said earlier, the stakes are just so high. So to that end, part of what we're doing at Indeed is actually building a dedicated explainability team, so that when job seekers see jobs that we're showing them, we explain why we're showing them what we're showing them. Because I think it's in the absence of that information, it's very easy for job seekers to say, okay, well, this model is, working against me, actually. And so I think by actually kind of working with our job seekers and open a window into some of our ML models, we can start building some more of that trust.
So I have a quick build on what Robyn said. This is a great conversation. So I think for explanation AI, explainable AI, right? So I think, again, similar to what the fairness AI is, like a huge excitement in academia in the past probably 10 years. A lot of papers, a lot of good tools. I think we're at the beginning, right? Because also there are a lot of risks and also a lot of the unknowns when we start to explain models to users, because users are not, typical users won't have PhD in machine learning, won't understand a lot of these details. And there are tons of assumptions people start to build up. For instance, at the very beginning, we start to say, hey, here's a model, here's the features. Of course, I'm simplifying a bunch of things. Apparently that's not enough for the users, right? A lot of users, the reason they want to get explanation is because they want to intervene, they want to change it, they want to tweak the way favor to them, right? So that adds up another layer, because a lot of tools explaining what's going on may not be able to tweak or intervene the system in a way that favor the users, right? So, but users say, hey, you have these features, how about you tweak in this way, and so on and so forth. So maybe that result would be different. Even internally, like for product managers, for many other folks without a deep machine learning background, we are still in that journey to be able to really have the education really explain everything well. So I think my point is that I do see that's going to be a really good topic for the industry, for the research and the industry practitioners come together, right? So really push the boundary. It's not just as simple as, hey, we have a bunch of feature importance scores and we just tell you what's well. They need to know what's the action need to take, and that's much harder than the just explain the model part. So I just expand on a little bit on that. Thank you.
Thanks. That reminds me, I think the only kind of explanation or informing or educating that always happens for end users is in the legal domain, right? Because when it comes to using data for certain goals, you need to inform your users. Helen, can you reflect any on how that is or may or could change in the context of AI systems?
Yeah, so indeed you have the obligation to provide for the explanation, although what you exactly need to explain is still a bit vague, and but it's already an existing obligation under GDPR, and more details will come on that under the AI Act. But a slightly different element to this is that, you know, explainable AI or ML is really about, okay, how, you know, what is the output and how, what was the logic behind it or something like it. But I think if you would already take one step back and take the example of Carlos with the transgender, can't you go to a panel of transgenders and just say, hey, we're considering this kind of model or whatever, would it work for you? That you get that feedback in advance already, instead of trying to explain afterwards. And I think that will really help with, you know, yeah, giving a more a positive side to it. And I think that will help in adoption as well. Because explainable AI at the end is really for people who feel discriminated or who feel, you know, treated unfairly. Because this will allow them, you know, it's a tool for them to figure out. And maybe I'm biased here as a lawyer, because a lot of people, I mean, if I'm on Netflix, I don't care why they recommended me to watch whatever series or whatever, right? I don't need the explanation, but just when it feels wrong, hey, then all of a sudden you want to have the explanation. And I think a lot of those things can be also maybe solved or prevented in advance just by having certain groups or panelists just to, or the UX piece, right? I'm a huge fan of that as well. And maybe just one topic from the AI Act that personally frustrates me is that it's a huge act. There are lots of obligations on providers of AI and on the users of AI. But the users of AI are the business users that are not the end candidates, talents, or whatever, right? So people in Europe have been thinking about this law and have been putting everything that you can imagine that you can put up as a requirement on AI, on data, on documentation, everything they put in there. And they define everything as high risk, but they haven't asked anyone, any European, are you bothered by the fact that we're going to regulate this AI? The fact that I, you know, can use a tool to schedule an interview, or that I'm talking to a chatbot, is that per definition high risk? And are you thereby really killing innovation? You know, I'm the European. I'm that end user. You know, talk to me and ask what I find, and especially in, you know, the whole digitalization of the world and things going so, especially after the pandemic and everything that happened, you know, the acceptance is so much different nowadays that I really miss out the view and the perception and the valued opinion, I would say, from an end user. So, sorry, a lot of things I've said. I hope I've a little bit answered your question there, but.
And maybe the people that are drafting this law should also think about how to involve their end users eventually.
Yeah.
But thank you very much. Let's move on to the last topic, which is, it has already been mentioned every now and then, regulation accountability. So the AI Act, where HR and recruitment, as we know by now, is marked as a high-risk domain and subject to stricter guidelines, is taking form. There's an overall increased awareness of the risks involved with AI that can directly impact people's lives. So a few questions, I think we may have covered some of them. So how do you organize legal compliance in a domain where regulation and technical developments are not necessarily in sync? So maybe that's a bit about balance of innovation versus following the law. How to balance ethical considerations with legal obligations. I think that also ties in with what Liangjie was saying before, that you kind of choose now to implement some methods for debiasing models, for example, but that there's not really no norm setting yet. And finally, and maybe this ties in a bit with what we're talking about just now, but how do you or should you make company policies clear, inform and involve end users in development of AI-powered HR tech? Plenty of questions. Who wants to go?
Yeah, so I wanted to start this because I have this from a previous question, right? So there is this paper by Sandra Wachter, 2021 in Computer Law and Security Review, and collaborators. And the paper title is Why Fairness Cannot Be Automated, and why there will always be some gap between what the law specifies and what developers want. Because if I ask developers, I think developers, where there are some surveys about fair AI, and the developers want to know which are the groups, what are the parameters that should be measured, what are the boundaries, right? They want something like the 4/5 rules, and these are the groups, and this is what developers do. And the law will not provide that. The law in Europe, it's extremely unlikely that the law ever provides any guidance of that sort for developers, right? So where in the middle between like a high level requirement for fairness and I think there are good things there, like monitoring or whatever, and what developers need, there will also always be this gap. And I think this gap should be filled by, at least in part, there is a role for developing like some responsible AI guidelines that are for the HR industry. There are hundreds, literally hundreds, at least 200 responsible AI guidelines for that are general purpose, and they all have the same things like transparency, fairness, accountability, etc. Fine, right? So we don't need to start writing a new one, no? But perhaps what we need are some more guidelines that are for this industry, and how do we conceptualize these things for the industry, and over time that may, if you guys in the industry take the initiative on this, then you I think you will be better off than if you just let it float, because yeah.
I can't agree more with you, Carlos. Absolutely there. And what I've been thinking about this question as well, and comparing it again with GDPR that was launched in 2018, right? It was also like a tsunami of regulation coming over at us. People really need to fill in long list and a lot of bureaucrating and everything. But still, looking back now, you know, a couple of years later, there is so much more awareness of privacy, and the processes are better in place, and everyone really knows that, oh, if I'm using this data, can I do it, and for what can I use it? So the law itself has really helped in that whole awareness and proper use of personal data. And I somehow, well, hope that with the AI Act, there are huge obligations on it, right? And especially also on data, there's quite a big chapter on it. And even with the fact that there is no norm setting, I think by already making sure that all the AI in HR complies with all those requirements and everything, there's so many considerations in there that hopefully we will at the end have the same result, that there is more awareness, that there is more trust in AI, even without a norm setting, but just because of all the steps you need to take when you are developing something in AI. I think the whole law there, and then I'm really biased as a lawyer, that I hope that the law really will bring that part to its yeah, but I agree on the norm setting. Would be good to have something within the HR industry, some norm setting. And maybe can I also chip in on the question on how to balance the ethical and the legal side? And it's always an interesting debate, right? What is on the legal side and what is ethically, right? And you can, from the legal side and GDPR wise, you can have ticked all the boxes, but then you still could have a product that's I always call it a belly feeling, that you think that we can't, this doesn't feel right, right? But you have the legal grounds to process the data, and legal is okay, and everyone is okay, and it's in your, perhaps in your small terms, but still ethically it's not correct. And then I also think now with the AI Act coming up, I think also that line between what is legal and what is ethical, the tabby thing, I think that will also become more of a gray area, because if you really see all the obligations that are in there, I think the whole, being compliant already with the law, I think already creates the whole ethical and more trustworthy AI. So I think that boundary might dissolve a bit.
Is that good or is that a risk?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, I think it's good that in the AI Act, the ethical considerations are already taken into account. But then again, you have pretty vague norms to comply with. So I think it will be good to still keep the ethics side and on the radar.
One thing maybe I can not add, so probably slightly different on the last question here in terms of the policy and how we want to inform end users. I think this is also a beginning and learning process, right? Because you can imagine there's a most transparent way, which is you just publish your algorithm, right? So like everybody can take a look of your algorithm and inside out, and of course all the math and etc. But then you can also argue whether that is going to do any good for the end users, especially, and they know which layer of their neural network that coefficient would change their hiring outcome, whether they can feel better or not, right? So I think that's something the industry still need a time to evolve. What's that good interface of the policies clear, and we can build a trust with our end users. At the same time, how can we have a meaningful conversation, right? So like it's not at the algorithm or the data level, but what level of that abstraction can be meaningful and effective. And I think it's all about the trust, right? Because I mentioned all these emails that we send to a lot of users every day, and a lot of time people get very furious about the recommendation. Hey, you know me, I don't know, I'm some VP of some company. Why you suddenly show me some intern jobs or some other things? You know me so well, right? So I expect this magic machine just give me the most intelligent kind of results of the day. Well, it's not that intelligent as you imagine, right? So I think there's a lot of maybe piggyback on the previous questions, like education and also building the outreach and such that we can really settle down on some of the interface such that we can talk about those things. A lot of the missed is the users feel the AI is so powerful, so magic, and it's not, right? So that's another mystery around it, and hopefully we over the years, I don't see it can change overnight, but hopefully over the years we can work out a more meaningful interface.
I don't know that I have anything else to add other than the fact that I'm jealous of Carlos having his cat present for the panel. So we need a visual of that. Yeah, there we go. Great. Excellent. Thank you, Carlos.
Great. That's a natural end to this topic. And then with 10 minutes left on the clock, I propose we go to the closing. So like I said, I would like to give each panelist a couple of minutes to give us some takeaways or some small summary or some perspectives on how we should develop as a field. So can I start by inviting Carlos to provide us with this?
So are we taking any like short question from the people in the on site or not?
I don't know this.
No,
we haven't done so. I can check in Slido if there's anything there, unless someone beats me to it.
Chris, you may not have been able to hear Chris Johnson, but it doesn't sound like there's anything in the Slido.
All right. Yeah, closing. Then, yeah, I don't know, of all the things that I mentioned today, I think the area that I would like us to start working on together, perhaps, is this how do we provide some equality monitoring systems for HR, for AI in HR. Like this is like I also in development there is this idea of extreme programming, no? So we start with the testing, like how are we going to test this system? Okay, we're going to test this system for equality in a certain way, and then we build backwards from that testing to a system that is fair. So I think that's an important thing that I would like us to work on, like quality monitoring. And the other one is all this qualitative work. Like I think technologies tend to be lost. And there were fortunately several mentions of panels, like panels that happen before the design, where we ask people, okay, even before writing a line of code, what do you think about this? And there is like a lot of qualitative work that we don't do, and this is a particular industry where all this qualitative work is necessary, and technologies need to be used to qualitative methods, and we are not, like we're not prepared. It's not part of our curriculum to use qualitative methods, but I think in this case it's really necessary. So yeah, I will emphasize the usage of qualitative methods here.
I think Robyn would agree, and maybe we can also move on to Robyn, your closing thoughts.
I didn't fully hear the question, David. Can you repeat that?
Or you can give the closing thoughts.
My closing thoughts. Oh, let's see. I mean, we've covered a lot of ground today. Everything from what's the future of the economy to, how do we do ethical compliance, across 2 different continents. So I was thrilled to be part of the panel today and to learn from a variety of different folks across industry, legal, and academia. I think that this is a really quickly evolving space, and what I will say is that Indeed continues to be fully committed to putting job seekers first and making sure that whatever we're doing is ethical, compliant, and we're really looking forward to the developments in this space to make sure that all people can get jobs worldwide, and making sure that we're being ethical and compliant. So yeah, thank you for having me.
Great. Helen, can I give you the word?
Well, it was certainly a pleasure to be here, and I hope I have shared some of my enthusiasm of working with lawyers and data scientists and everyone. So it is a journey, and what Robyn said, it's an iterative process, and but it's, I mean, if you can explain it to a lawyer, you've already ticked the box of your explainable AI, so it is easy as that, and it brings a lot back. So I hope everyone next week has something in their calendar for a coffee with their lawyer, and I can only plead for the collaboration between this function. So
I think that's a beautiful closing thought. And Liangjie, can we move on to you?
All right, thank you. So I actually feel very excited, right? So we have this workshop, we have this panel, and I think that this is the industry is still in infancy, in still early stage, right? So if we think about technology bring different marketplace, different things like from offline to online, right? So like e-commerce, probably have been for like 25 years, many other kind of industry move from completely offline to online. I think for this HR technology and a lot of like hiring and so forth from offline to online using all these technologies are still early. I think this is a great opportunity time where we should have more researchers, lawyers, and industry practitioners come to this industry and think about and innovate ideas. So I think it's a very early on. I'm super excited about future. And also, I think this industry has a great mission, right? So if we thinking about how many times you would change job in your life, right? So not too many times. Like, comparing how many things you would buy from Amazon. That's the decision, the whole thing around jobs and the talent and skills are much more involved, and we are indeed helping people in many ways, right? So this is, I think, the beauty of this industry, at least attract me, and I feel very passionate in the technology moving forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Then that brings us to the end of this panel. I would like to thank again all our panelists for sharing their insights. And I think that means we're over to lunch, at least in Seattle. But make sure to come back, because afterwards we'll have Liangjie, who will give his keynote. So thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, here in the room and online to RecSys in HR, to the afternoon session. And we're going to start this session off with our second invited talk. And this one is by Liangjie Hong. We already saw him earlier during the panel. And he is a director of engineering and AI at LinkedIn, but he's also worked for Etsy and for Yahoo Research, for instance. And he's going to give an invited talk called Computational Jobs Marketplace. So whenever you're ready, Liangjie, you can share your screen. And
all right, thank you for the introduction. So let me try to thank you for introduction, and also thank you for having me here. So I'm super glad to share a little bit my thinking and what we're doing here at LinkedIn, and also a broader topic I want to talk about is what I feel is a new field is emerging, is what I call it the computational jobs marketplace. And then the discussion here more from the search and recommendation problems, but I hope to inspire all of you and more folks to think beyond that. So that's the goal of this talk. And so a little bit background on me, right? So I already introduced in the earlier panels. I work in LinkedIn and work in the Etsy, Yahoo before. So have been in this search and recommendation industry for more than 10 years, and also had a PhD in machine learning. And I'm very active in the applied research domain. So super excited about the new opportunity in the future. Like I mentioned, right? So I really want to use this opportunity to kind of talk a little bit about what I think is a good opportunity in front of us, right? So what is computational jobs marketplace? But even before jumping on that, I think I would love to motivate a little bit, right? So I would love to share the context about online jobs marketplace. I think a lot of folks here probably also have similar industry background and so forth. But it's worth to set that kind of the context a little bit. Then I'm going to jump in, talk a little bit about how LinkedIn is trying to optimize what we call the hiring outcomes. So this is one of the many objectives we probably care about here. That piece will be a little bit more deep dive in some of the machine learning technologies that we build. Then, of course, last piece is a zoom out a little bit, say, hey, what's the field that's emerging? What are the unique technology opportunities and challenges that we could tackle on in the future? So that's basically the idea. Let's jump into the first part. So jobs marketplace, right? So I think this thing is tied to economic very often, because we hear a lot of times when we talk about the economy, we talk about how many jobs created, how many folks are finding jobs. So we definitely see the job market is at the center of economy, right? So and in the past and right now, and it's just a matter of in the past 15 years or so, because of the internet and because of the many kind of the evolutions of the technology, a lot of this is going to happen online, right? So again, this is just a public number I found actually last year when I started to prepare this series of the talk, is that the market, right, so are shifting onto online, and this online recruitment market is going to be very huge, right? So this is probably before pandemic kind of the estimate, but you can see it's tens of billions of dollars, and there are some estimate folks have is going to be like hundreds of $billions in the future. So there's a lot of energy, money, and the work and technology are going to flow in this market and evolve, right? So this is a emerging industry and move very, very quickly. So that is one. Second is that, of course, in the past 2 years, 2 and 3 years, right? So because of the pandemic, a lot of things around work has been changing, right? So like not only the recruiting, finding new opportunities, actually more or less everybody, right? So has been experiencing some level of working from home. You know, some of this turned to be hybrids now, but they are permanently remote jobs now, right? So this completely revolutionized the job marketplace and how we think about job, and that trend is ongoing, right? So then the question is how the technology, how the industry is going to embrace these changes, and how can we, you know, ride that that trend of the change, right? So that we are still in the mix of this, but that's another big trend that on top of this movement of the online job marketplace. And we are already emerging a lot of companies, right? So are playing different roles in this marketplace. So for instance, right? So Indeed, LinkedIn, and many others, and there are different you know, offerings. Some are more focusing on the hiring, you know, finding people. Some are focused on the learning, right? So how can we refresh our skills and so on and so forth. When we talk about the skills, that is also going to be very, very important, in my opinion, in future of the talent marketplace. And I think we are at the beginning of that, right? So this is again a simplified picture of the ecosystem, and there are more and more players adding to this ecosystem, right? And at the center of this ecosystem is matching opportunities, right? So a lot of things we're talking about is we want to match people with jobs. We want to match with learning opportunity with people. We want to match skills, and there's a lot of if we think about it, bipartite graphs, or you know, even multiple layers of graphs that we would love to do the matching. So matching and recommendation and you know, search, a lot of technology will become increasingly important, and you know, probably important than any other industries ever since, right? So this is something really good, and I would love to dive a little bit into that, like how LinkedIn is doing something to help with the match. So before dive into technology, right? So just setting some numbers on LinkedIn platform, you know, every second we have more than 100 job applications submitted by the members, and a lot of emails, right? So that's the recruiter and our candidates using that as a way to communicate information. That's around the 21, and much less, like 0.1 hires may happen, right? Happen on LinkedIn platform. So the reason I share this and also start from this is that we do see that this is a funnel, right? It's a journey, it's a user journey, but this journey alone also create a lot of complexities to the problem we need to tackle, right? So that's the background. And some of the products we have, right? So we have product facing job seekers, right? So who want to find their jobs. So we have like job search, job recommendations, and also a lot of notification channels, right? So like we could have alerts pop up if you set up certain things. You say, hey, I want to keep posted on top of some of the jobs I'm interested in, right? So also we have email campaigns sending out a lot of emails, also trying to recommend, right? So the jobs that you might be interested in. We have another side of the market as well, right? So we have tools and products built for recruiters and job posters, right? So and then they look through the lens of finding good candidates, right? So then you see clearly these are two-sided marketplace, and you have at least two side of people. They have slightly different goals, right? So in this sense, you end up with job seekers and hires. They need to go through a couple of stages, then they meet, right? So for job seekers, they express their interest from job applications, and they get contacted by the job poster, and then they might have the interview scheduled and so on and so forth, right? So but at the same time, from the higher side, it's similar. You reach out to some candidates through some emails, and you may not get the response, and some of the emails get response, and both of you show some mutual interest, and then you go through all the steps. In the end of the day, there's an offer made, and the job seeker finally changes the job, join the new company, right? So you see, it's a long journey. It's a very long journey, and many steps. It's not like you go to Netflix to check out the movie. You go to the Amazon, check out, buy a bunch of products. It's way more than that, right? So this creates a lot of fuzziness, and some of these happen on LinkedIn platform. Some of these steps happen outside the LinkedIn platform. Then how can we deal with that? So if you think about that, right? So not only this funnel, but also, as I showed earlier, this funnel of the steps have drastically different like the amount of data you would get, right? So the data sparsity problems come very soon, right? So like from the very top to all the way to the what we call a confirm hire, essentially is we know that who actually changed the job because of they find something on LinkedIn, right? So it's a very long time, and for the true observation, especially confirm hire, it also delayed many months sometimes, right? So like a lot of people changing their LinkedIn profile only after they join the new company, and sometimes even weeks or months later. So you only observe that very down to the stream. So how can you deal with this, right? So this is of course one of the many challenges that that we are facing here, and we have to kind of tackle that. Now, one thing you might say, hey, what if we just optimize applies, right? So we just this confirm hire is so challenging. Why not just choose a easier target? Well, the distribution of price and the confirm hires are very different, right? So like one example is like some time ago, and probably not this year, right? So like Royal Family posts some jobs, and there's many applications, right? So applications have a very different distribution, and a lot of times we want to shape that application distribution, not only focus on all these popular jobs, but actually give it a more fair chance to all the jobs, to all the recruiters. So that's one of the reasons that we want to go deeper to the truth, right? So the confirm hires, that's what we really care about. One solution we have is, okay, so we have to build something. So essentially is that we need to find some proxy, right, for confirm hires, such that it's not like months delayed data, and probably it's not as sparse as we imagine, and we need a better kind of data, and it has to be available at a reasonable time period, and also it has to be A/B testable, right? So A/B testing testable, right? So it's like you run some test, you need to see the difference versus confirm hire. You cannot expect a difference in the time period of a typical A/B testing. So this is one solution we have, is basically build a surrogate metric, and the surrogate metric is a machine learning model itself. And the idea is that we need that metric to be as close as the original true north as possible, but have the courtesy to be available much easier and be able to track in the A/B testing, right? So we have this paper published in the Wisdom earlier last year, basically, right? So we have this machine learning model such that we can track this metric nicely. And turns out it's not mission impossible. Actually, we can do it, and actually the accuracy and the level of precision is pretty good. So again, there are details in that paper, but the high level takeaway is that we can do this and we can track it, and there are many features we building in this model, right? Okay, so then it's end of the story, right? So we just sort everything by this predicted confirm hire. It can track confirm hire, and that's done, right? We done the deal. Well, not really, right? So because what's happening is that this metrics, from building metrics perspective, we have many signals and built-in such that we can track the true north easily, and we can do A/B testing. But it's not necessarily very suitable for machine learning models and systems, right? So one part of that is because this model has information from distribution. So in some sense, it's like certain statistics from your testing step, right? So that's one of the reasons that can track and can be able to track the true north, but you don't have that information available at the training time, especially at the serving time, because especially some of the information like how many applies of the day and etc. You only have that in the later time of the day. So there are privileged. Sorry, there's something wrong. It's jumping around. Anyway, so there's certain information is privileged, so you can have that for machine learning models easily. Well, it's good metrics for monitoring and for A/B testing, but for machine learning models, we have to think something slightly different. We have to innovate on top of this, but clearly we want to use some part of this, right? So that's the goal. Before I jump to the methodology, one thing just very quick to mention is that LinkedIn was using generalized linear model a couple of years back. So and ever since 2019, we migrated to deep learning models, and we have an internal version of the TF ranking, and a lot of the models are building on top of that, right? So that's just give you folks a little bit of context of what is the platform, what we're using. So coming back to this idea of optimizing confirm hire, right? So we mentioned that PCH, the proxy of the predicted confirm hire, is a good thing. We want to use it. We use that, but we can use directly, right? So what's the idea here is that, okay, we maybe cannot use it directly, but let's build a model trying to distill some of the information there, right? You can think of this as there's some privilege information in the PCH model, so we cannot use it directly, but maybe we can train another model to mimic, to be able to behave very similar to the original model, but using completely different feature set, right? So then hopefully we can behave very similar, but not using those privilege information directly. So this idea is borrowed from this this paper I show up here, but basically is like a teacher, like a student kind of paradigm that we are training, right? So then we can have this, the features that are available to the impression time, be able to do this same thing. So that's the idea that we are optimizing the predicted confirm hard. So moving slightly beyond, right? So, okay, we have all these deep learning models, starting with all these deep learning models and optimizing all these confirm hires and etc. It looks nice, but think about all the products I mentioned earlier, right? So we have search, we have job recommendation, we have alerts, whatnot. There are like 20 plus different product service we have to deal with. Now, if we train each model separately, how can we make up, how can we link them together, right? How can we build leverage between different models? So the idea here is that we have to build something utilizing transfer learning and multitask learning, right? So basically is that we want to train product-specific deep learning models, right? But we also want to train a common layer across different product surfaces, because in the end of the day, these are product services that users come in for job searching, right? So it's they eventually share the same the same goal, but they have slightly different product flavor. So they serve some part of the user journey, right? So the idea is that, okay, can we have the common model to be able to capture the user intent across those product services, but at the same time, right? So we can build the product specific models. So that's the kind of the picture showing up here, right? So we are gathering member information and gathering the job information, and we want to train the shared layer there, and then building on top of that is something very specific to one product kind of service. Before even moving on this multitask learning, just a little bit of idea, right? So what is the feature we're talking about? Well, the feature set, right, essentially is like we build it on top of our LinkedIn economic graph, right? So we extract entities and information from the users and the members and the companies, that on the LinkedIn, and we essentially build this huge knowledge graph. You have all these nodes on this graph, right? So and they have the heterogeneous kind of the nature of this graph, right? So you have different types and the link representing different things. So just a very quick kind of statistic showing up here, right? So I don't have to repeat the number here, but basically you give the idea is that there are hundreds of millions of users and 59 million of the companies, and then many more other types of entities, right? So these are the information we have, and we have the features representing those entities, and so that's the starting point. Going back to the multitask learning, right? So remember the goal is that we want to learn a common representation of users and jobs, and such that they can be reused in different applications, right? So here, one idea is that we have this classic two-tower architecture where we learn the member embedding, right? So we learn the job embedding across all the signals that we generate. So this is the first iteration of this common layer. We call it passive, right? So we call it passive embeddings we build up on top of that. Then basically we build all these hundreds of millions of the user embeddings and the job embeddings, right? Then we can reuse all these embeddings in many different applications across the product surface. The second iteration of this passive embedding is looking beyond this just two-tower architecture, right? So 2 years back, we started to look at the how can we utilize the sequencing information, right? So like clearly, when user come to the site, they have the sequence the activities. So how can we build those embeddings utilizing sequencing information? So that was something we did like 2 years back, and we have this the passive embedding version 2 basically can capture that, right? Details, I have a blog post here, so you can check out more detailed blog post that we talk about the detail. Then very quickly we realized, hey, not only the sequences, we actually want to understand, right? So not only the entities, but there is a raw text, right? So in the job descriptions, and there is also raw text in the profiles. So what if we can utilize it, right? Because if you think about it, like the knowledge graph is good and it's a great starting point. You have all these entities extracted for you, right? But you also can think knowledge graph as a way to do the dimension reduction. So certain information will be lost. So if we can utilize the raw text, it will be the good complementary, right? So to the knowledge graph, to the entities we have, and all this long text matching is something that give us even more understanding of users and jobs, right? So this is iteration 3 of this passive. Basically, we utilize a lot of the at that time, right? So like the bird and some of the variations of the bird to do the long text matching, and that was a paper published 2 years ago in CICAP, right? So this is the 3 iterations of the passive. Now, coming back, right? So why we are building the passive? Well, we're building the common understanding layer, right? So the common understanding layer are the layers that we build across different applications. Then on top of that is this product-specific deep learning models that we built, right? So this is the overall architecture. And in addition to all these, passive embeddings we build, we also pay attention to the member activity, right? So this is another type of the embeddings we built in the past 2 years, is heavily utilize user sequencing activities, right? So here is an cartoon picture showing that basically how we are building these embeddings, right? So basically you can see we have different labels, and there's a sequence of the activities, and the sequence will determine how we kind of concatenate the passive embedding, which we learned previously from large scale content understanding here, to be able to capture how those content-based embeddings can link together, right? Here, label could be applies, could be clicks, could be many other signals. So we can utilize these activities to do a lot of work in terms of the personalization and so forth. So this is another very big component that we have in our today's systems. So to summarize a bit, right? So today in linking kind of machine learning systems or solutions to optimize for confirmed hires, we have roughly 4 things going on, right? So one is this the PCH model, right? So basically we need to optimize confirmed hire. We cannot utilize all the information available there. So we have the teacher-student model kind of going on. The second thing is this the multitask learning overall framework, right? And the third thing is this content-based passive embeddings that we train to across many different applications, such that they can be reused. And last but not least, the component we talk briefly about is all these activity embeddings that trying to capture user activities, right? So then you can think about it that user activities capture a lot of interests, and things happen more frequently, and the content embeddings capture like a long-term interest and can be utilized in many different applications, and also move slightly slowly, right? So that we have a slow component, faster component, and this multitask learning kind of framework on top of that, right? So this is one snapshot of our systems to optimize the hiring outcome. Something I won't talk about or expand here, but just mention, right? So we actually have two pipelines and we have two systems essentially to deal with two types of the results. One is what we call the organic result. The other is called the promoted. For organic result, you can think that these are purely based on the relevance, right? So the whole architecture I explained a little bit earlier are the backbones for the organic result. Sorry, the promoted result are very similar, but there are components specifically for the promoted pipelines. And I don't have time to expand too much here, right? So, but in the nutshell, these are very similar to some degree, and we are also training models like a meta multi-task learning models to be able to power both models, right? So this is just one note. The other thing I want to mention, right, so it's similar to what we talked extensively in the early panel is fairness and equity. And in LinkedIn, we have a lot, we spend a lot of cycles building up tools, building up monitoring, having the models, being able to respond to different fairness requests. One thing we built is called the model analyzer, right? So there's a monitoring machinery happening to check whether the model have different score distribution for different cohort, and also we are actively intercept with the model score such that it behave in a desired way, right? So we have all these tools and also this blog post. If you are interested in, I highly recommend you check out. But again, right, so similar to what I mentioned in the early panel, this is not good enough, right? So this is just a beginning, and it only can do the straightforward scores reshaping and distribution matching and so on and so forth. But there are fundamentally product problems we need to answer, and we are still in the early stage of that journey, right? So this is in terms of the fairness. So hopefully, right, so you have a basic idea of how we are doing for optimizing hiring outcomes. And there are, of course, many detailed topics that we can dive into, right? But in a nutshell, hopefully you have some of the high-level ideas. So, okay, so we have sounds like a very complicated models. There are tons of things we're building. We're done with this, right? So everything just builds, just some incremental features we want to test. Well, not really, right? I think when I started to work in LinkedIn almost 3 years ago, some of colleagues feel like, okay, is this a done deal industry? We just use some pieces from other technology, or is something different? And after 2.5 years, I'm convinced actually this is very different. We should have a lot of unique opportunities here, right? So I'll list the 3 things I have been observing, right? So again, for the purpose of inspire the audience. The first one is that actually the recommendation is not that easy, right? So I mentioned one thing is like we recommend interns to VPs, and sometimes we also recommend the janitors to professors, right? So and we have people actually complain to us, but then you think about it, how that could be, right? So well, some of the the job descriptions in the janitors or some other jobs, there are some titles or descriptions say, hey, we require Word, right? So or we require leadership skills or something, right? Then you can imagine somewhere in the professor profile say, hey, I have a leadership skill, right? So I know Microsoft Word. Now, if you do some entity-based matching, if you do some like a raw text matching, there's a likelihood that you would match those things, right? And that's complicated architecture I described earlier may or may not capture all these things. And so, so this is one of the challenges that I think it's happening is basically what's going on with all this complicated text matching, and how can we do better on that, on top of that, right? So like this is a real example I'm sharing. There, one person from Google who was a previous executive and complain on the social media and so forth, right? So that you see the warehouse worker and so forth. So it's a very embarrassing, but also it's at the same time it's a very hard, right? So because there are certain descriptions, certain entities jumping out of that, and then it's very hard to capture all of that, right? So from the traditional matching and the recommendation algorithms. So what are the opportunity? Well, if we really understand the user's career trajectory, that may not happen anymore, right? So if we look at the data, if we look at the user's previous experiences, then we will say, hey, for a professor, it's very unlikely, right? So to change it to a janitor job, or for a former VP, it's very unlikely to change it to a warehouse worker job. So we need to understand the data in a much deeper way, right? So it's not just plain text matching. It's not just like entity matching. We have to understand the user trajectory, and the user trajectory is probably much complicated data structure that we have to understand, right? So then all these nodes are not like at the same level anymore. We have to understand all the job title changes and so on and so forth, right? And we also need to understand, VP doesn't mean the same thing. There are VP in banks, doesn't necessarily mean the VP in other industries. So how can we understand the career trajectory better, right? So this is one opportunity. The second thing is that this is a recommendation, shown to me, right? So okay, they're reasonable, right? So, and also you see a lot of the director of engineering, right? But somehow you feel it's boring, right? It's not inspiring. How can we show jobs and recommendations inspiring our users, right? So, and going beyond what they already know, right? So I think this come back to what we discussed slightly earlier is, do we have transferable skills? Can we understand those skills? Can we really use those skills to do recommendation, right? So maybe I have the skills in leadership, and then those skills may apply, I don't know, right? Some other jobs, which is outside my kind of a comfort zone or my current immediate domain, right? But how can we make those recommendations, right? How can we make it correct, more meaningful and more correct, not generating the janitor to the professor type of issues? That's something I think we haven't nailed yet, right? So I think we still have a long way to go in terms of understanding the skills. Last but not least, right? So if you sometimes we search, hey, software engineer, and then we say, okay, we have all these wonderful software engineer roles from Facebook, Meta and Facebook, right? What's wrong with this? Well, from tax matching perspective, there's nothing wrong. Probably all these are good jobs, right? But from a market perspective, it's a horrible user experience and the recommendation, right? Because we route all the users to a handful of jobs, a very handful of companies, and there might be many more really good jobs out there that we can match users, right? So again, this is, I think the really great opportunity is to look at the market, right? So I think one of the things we probably discussed in the panel is that how can we adapt to the change of the market, right? So today our system are not building that way, right? Today our system is building, taking a snapshot of the data, then we match things. So then in that case, probably everybody should go to Facebook. But if we really understand the supply and demand, and we really understand all these things are not completely random, right? So there are patterns and reasons in the marketplace, then we probably can build a much better recommendation and search algorithms and the match users opportunity, right? And especially for this part, I feel super excited at the opportunity, and I think this is where the recommendation engines for jobs and the marketplace would be in the future drastically different than the current offering we have building, right? So I'm looking forward to those innovations. All right, so that's pretty much, I'm wrapping up the talk. So hopefully I'm convincing you that we are at the surface of this computational job marketplace, and we have more things to work on in the future. All right, thank you, folks.
Thank you very much, Liangjie. Let's take some questions. There's still about 5-6 minutes for questions. And remember to post your questions to Slido, right, if you're online. Louis was first, and then I don't know where the microphone. Yeah.
Sorry, I feel like my awesome presentation, and the range of problems you're solving, it's amazing. My question you almost answered at the end of it, and I kind of feel a little bit bad asking it. But in most of the reciprocal recommenders domain, right? But you have to agree for taking that job, right? Or in dating, you have to agree to date each other. There's always a power imbalance, right? Which is like in dating, normally on a heterosexual dating website, you're going to get the women who are always a bit more powerful than the men. In the dating website, they get rejected more. And in jobs, I feel like there's obviously the supply demand. Different markets are heated at certain moments. Yeah, I just want to see if you're actually considering, like, for instance, data science position is super hot, right? Like companies almost have no choice who to hire. But at the same time, there's some other point to be, everybody wants to work for that company. The company is really hot. So how you think about those problems?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? So I think I mentioned the slide, briefly in the presentation, right? Basically, we currently can reshape the application distribution, right? So we know, hey, here's too hot. Maybe we can reshift some of the applicants to other companies and so forth, right? So I think this is just step one, because I feel like that's a passive way, or just after effect way, right? So we know, okay, what's going on, then we want to redistribute, or we want to deal with that, right? I think in future we should have a more proactive way, right? So like, why, and understand why certain things are hot, right? So why data science is hot? Can we prepare for that, right? Do we have enough talented workers in that domain or not, right? So then maybe we can prepare that population early on, right? Maybe we can, I don't know, right? So recommend to some people, say, hey, you might want to take a data science course now. Maybe you want to take a master degree of data science, right? So I think we can do much more than what we are offering today. I think today we are doing some just after effects kind of rebalance and so forth, but I think in future we could do much more. But I agree, this is a really good and also harder problem. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, there's a few questions on Slido. I think I'll maybe try to combine the first two. So one of them is from David, and he asks, are the shared member or job embeddings you reuse across products fixed, or do they change or evolve in terms of embedding space methods, not in terms of the underlying data to embed? And sort of related to this is Chris's question on what's your position on building generalizable DNN models that apply across many products or product-specific ones. So sort of how general or how specific, specialized, and dynamic and static are these?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for the common embeddings, we actually retrain and adapt them like monthly. We are trying to retrain them more frequently, because some of these take half a year or even longer data, and then to really learn those things, especially for the some of our internal BERT part, it takes a very long time to retrain, right? So for that, we are not necessarily kind of changing very frequently. Some of the product specific model part is retrained pretty much every day, and there is a much frequent kind of the adaptation, and especially user activity. I think that's kind of retrain them every 15 minutes each. So there's if you click something within the 15 minutes, that should be incorporated in the embedding. So there are different pieces, and the hope that the giant model in the end of the day is kind of incorporating all these pieces and trying to kind of compromise which part need to fix and which part not, right? So, but we are constantly experimenting different ideas. How can we make sure that these things are not outdated and being able to adapt to different kind of the product services? So, yeah, so that's pretty much for this question. Thank you.
And the second part of that question is what your position is on having sort of a generalizable model that you can use across a lot of different products, or training very product-specific models?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? So for doing multitask learning, you always would probably end up with some kind of trade-offs, right? So from the observations we have, a lot of bigger products will benefit quite a bit. Some of the smaller products, it may have very neutral, and in some extreme case may have a slightly dip in the performance. So this is where the trade-offs come in, right? So we prefer the trade-off on the simpler, lesser, less number of models. So that's where we make the decision. But in terms of you want to shoot for the highest, performance, yes, it could be that you end up with specific models will be better. So that's a great question.
Yeah, thanks. And I think we have time for one final question. You want to?
Thank you. That was a great talk. Quick question about the embedding. So there's a phenomenon that's pretty common in text retrieval applications where committing to embeddings too quickly is sort of degrades performance, right? So you see this in comparisons of bi-encoders versus cross-encoders, for example, right? Where concatenation just tends to perform much better. Obviously, there's computational downsides to the concatenation or the cross-encoder style models. I'm curious if you've seen similar phenomenon in the matching domain as well.
Well, I think we internally we did extensive experiments on how those embeddings can work together, right? So I think concatenation is just one of the many straightforward things, but we have tried CNN and RN and many things, and it varies quite a bit for different applications. And one of the things in the passive is in the end of the day we kind of shoot for the simplicity and some of the easier maintenance kind of the objective, right? So, but agree. I think in terms of these embeddings, we have to look more closely over time, like how they are trained and what the compromise we have. Yeah.
Okay. So in the interest of time, I propose we move on to the next session. But thanks again, Liangjie, for your excellent keynote.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
Good night, everyone. I'm saying good night because I'm joining from Copenhagen and it's almost good night here. So we will continue with paper session. I think all 3 papers, the authors are physically available in Seattle, if I'm not mistaken. And the first paper is titled Model Threshold Optimization for Segmented Job-Seeker Recommendation. And whenever you are ready, the floor is yours.
So, my name is Yichao. I'm a data scientist from Indeed. And actually, a few of my colleagues are here. They are my co-authors. So if you are interested in our topic, even after this presentation, please feel free to catch us in the venue. And today we are going to share our work on our model threshold optimization for the segment recommendation system. And for those who are not really familiar with Indeed, actually we are the #1 job searching site in the world with the mission to help people get jobs. And as many of you may expect, we also have a very powerful recommendation system as well as a few products to help us achieving such a great mission at Indeed. So if you join our senior data science director Chris talk for the last 2 days or even this day, our senior data science manager Robyn shared a lot of things about Indeed. So you might already know something about us. But in particular, I think we do recommendation on the 2 sides. So basically, first on the employer side, we have instant match to provide a personalized feed for the candidates, for the employees available immediately after they post the job. So basically we recommend the candidates to the employer. And also on the other side, on the job-facing side, we have homepage feeds and invite to apply. We recommend the suitable jobs to the for the job seeker to apply. And actually the rest of the presentation today, we will talk about the segmentation work to improve the I2A performance. And not surprisingly, I2A is powered by a typical recommendation system with probabilistic tandem models. And more specifically, we have 3 models in tandem for filtering and scoring. Each of those models take a subset of features from job seeker, and employees with different objectives along the application funnel. While we also have certain threshold for each model to only pass the match with the score higher than the cutoff for filtering purpose. And actually, we are proud to serve the full spectrum of job seekers from a variety of segments using our recommendation system. Actually, I've met a few people during the RecSys period, and the most common question I got is, how do you compare Indeed with LinkedIn? And I hope this page can somehow provide some clarification for this question. So Indeed basically serve all types of jobs, ranging from sales, retail to education, logistics, manufacturing, technology, and etc. And there's no single segment is clearly dominating the whole market at Indeed. As a result, I think our recommendation system should not be specifically tailored towards any single segment at Indeed. However, I would say we find the performance gap between I2A channels and other channels are different among various occupational-based segments. When we check the recommendation performance at Indeed, we mainly look at the metrics from 2 sides, as many of you may heard the discussion from the panel and keynotes. But here for this specific task, we use apply stats to indicate the job seekers' engagement by looking at both absolute volume and the ratio. And on the employer side, we use so-called positive outcome to indicate the employer's satisfaction. But so basically, a positive outcome can be a scheduled interview, offer made, or even a higher signal. And similarly, we concern both its absolute volume as well as the ratio. So we compare the recommendation performance across different occupational-based segments by checking the difference between our recommendation channels and other organic channels, such as the job search page at Indeed. Ideally, I think the recommendation system should consistently perform better than the organic channel, but unfortunately, this is not the case. So if you check this figure, there are a few segments, such as security guide and retail associates with worse apply start rates, while some other segments, such as totals and physicians, are with worse positive outcome rate. And we would like to improve them for sure, right? So now we have the problem, and we want to know how to improve the recommendation quality at the segment level. I think the natural choice for us to start was to build dedicated model set per segment based on the trained data set only for that segment. The idea was really simple and straightforward. It did not really take us too much time to make it happen for a few selected segments. But surprisingly, the effort did not really come up with the expected outcome. We did have improved volume, but also we observed significantly decreased ratio at the same time. So after some very close examinations, we learned a few things about this attempt. First, we find the model change must be accompanied by the threshold change at the same time. And second, we find we need a clearly defined objective function to communicate with different stakeholders, like software engineers and product managers within the team, and even in a different team. And most importantly, even if the attempt could generate very positive results, we're afraid that it might not be very practical to scale up to all the segments with so many different models. As we learned, the model threshold is an important factor to balance the trade-off between the quantity and quantity. We would like to take a closer look at the actual impact on our key metrics by adjusting the threshold. And not surprisingly, we find as we increase the model threshold, we observe the decreased volume as shown in the blue lines from all the figures. And also we observe the flat or increased ratio as shown in the red lines in all the figures. And moreover, we also find different segments have different threshold curve even on the same metric. For example, general education seems less sensitive towards the J model threshold, while it can be more sensitive towards the PO model threshold, which on the employer side. Therefore, the observation actually motivates us to think if there is a sweet spot for the model threshold setting per segment. And also, before we really start our second attempt, we would like to build an optimization framework to make sure that we have a well-aligned objective with clear constraints. After a few efficient discussions with the PMs and also other stakeholders, we finalized the objective to improve a weighted summation of both applied stats and positive outcomes in terms of both volume and ratio. We promise not to introduce any negative change to any of those key metrics and also won't break any key SLOs. So this will not scare the PMs. We are not going to bring any risk to them. And also we will only operate the model threshold as the only control variable so that the software engineer won't get scared because they don't have to maintain thousands of models at the same time. And eventually we made this task as a constraint optimization problem after a few round discussion. And all right, so we have a clear objective function now, and we have proper constraints as well. So the next intuitive attempt for us is to build to find out the best threshold settings using the online iteration, probably with multi-arm bandit approach. We could simply create multiple allocations where each of the allocation have different threshold settings. So ideally, the allocation can eventually converge into the best performed one over time. It sounds like a perfect durable approach at the first glance, right? But unfortunately, if you look at the uniqueness from the HR domain, this still could not fit into our scenario for two important reasons. The first one is the control models are actually being changed quite often due to the regular updates or other initiatives. This could make the comparison among allocations unfair and messy. And secondly, some of our key metrics, such as positive outcomes from the employees, may take some time, like 7 days or even longer, to get back to us. So it could drag the convergence much slower, even with sampling approach. And this might not be work for if we are trying to scale up to like thousands of segments. So sadly, we have to repeat our recycling process after 2 failed attempts. And we realized what we want to compare is not actually, we want to compare an exact number like 0.872. It's better than 0.789 or whatever. We actually do not really want to care about the exact number. What we want to compare is, we want to compare if there is a good approach to find out the better threshold settings for each segment. So as a result, we implement a lightweight module to take the model and offline historical data from all the Indeed channels as the input. And the module will output the optimal threshold settings per segment for the usage in the online environment. And inside the module, we implement a greedy search algorithm to speed up the tuning process. Actually, I'm not going to dig too deep into it, as many of the details you may find from our paper. And the key idea here is that we can only search in different directions for J and PO models, while we have a way to stop at the boundary where we will start breaking the SLOs or start bringing negative impacts to any of the single metrics that we care about. As shown in the figure, actually, you can see we save a lot of searching power on the skipping area, while we can focus a lot of our searching power on finding out the peak of the mountain of our project objective function. And this actually help us to efficiently find out the optimal threshold settings per segment. And finally, based on our final attempt, we had A/B tests running for 3 low-performing occupational-based segments. And as expected, all of them come up with very promising results. We got increase on both volume and ratio for both applied stats as well as positive outcomes. And while the selected low-performing segments may have larger improvement spaces, the adopted approach should be generally applicable for any segment in the future. So it's easy for us to extend into more segments at Indeed. All right, so before we end our presentation here, let me try to recap what we've covered today. We initiated this task by identifying the unbalanced recommendation performance across occupational-based segments. We made 3 attempts as we dig deeper into the problem. And we would like to share that it is very common to start with the wrong solution, and maybe with inadequate follow-ups as well. But please don't stop there and don't feel sad. It's very common. And we believe that our rethinking process and continuous iterations has proven to be extremely helpful for the final success. Also, one important step that we believe is to have the proper optimization framework so that we can use it to communicate with software engineers, PMs, or also it is very important for the data scientists to continue our work. And in our specific use case, we are excited that the final A/B test result generate very positive and promising result. And we believe such segment threshold tuning practice will be generally applicable for other HR recommenders as well. All right, then let me try to stop here, and thank you so much for your time, and let me try to take some questions here as well.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. So if you have any questions, you can submit it to Slido. I will check it now. And if there is any physical person.
Thank you for the clear presentation. So it certainly makes sense that different segments would have different thresholds. Did you do any exploration about why that's the case? Is it like different supply and demand ratios or different certifications?
That's a good question. I think different supply and demand might be one thing, but also the requirement from the jobs and the resume features from the job seekers, or even some domains like segments like I don't know, truck drivers. They even don't have a resume with us, so we use more features from the activity-based features. So those are probably the important things that lead to this kind of difference.
So one of the models we use is apply rate, where we predict like what's the probability of the job seeker applying given the invite. So different job seeker segments behave differently. Like if you send an email to a software developer, he might check. But if you send the email to a truck driver, the probability is lesser. So each job seeker segments behave differently. And that was the main intention. Like we thought that applying a global threshold for different job seeker segments may not make sense. So that was one of the driving factor too.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? There is one question on Slido.
Oh, okay.
Dan is asking, why is it so important to filter out low score matches with thresholds? Aren't those going to be the lowest rank recommendations anyway?
I'm not sure if I get your question. If I didn't understand it correctly, what are you going to say is, all right. So why it is so important to fill out low score matched with threshold? Are those going to be the lowest ranked recommendations anyway? Well, good question. Well, so for some cases, yes, if we have enough job seekers, we are going to recommend to a certain job. But for some certain jobs, we don't really have enough job seekers. And if we don't have the filters, we will just send out those recommendations to some not that popular jobs. And this will actually decrease the overall performance quite a lot, right? So we have to filter out those low perform, so-called not that accurate candidates. We are not going to send any like jobs that we even don't sure about if these jobs are a good fit for those not that popular job seekers. I would say the job seekers that we know less about them, or we don't want to send those job seekers to the employers if we are not sure if this is a good match. So we have to set up this kind of filtering for those cases. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you. There is no other questions on Slido now. I think if there is no other questions there, I have one question for you actually. My question is, if I understand correctly, these segments are based on the occupation data, right? Like the job titles. So I believe, so did you try out like clustering or categorizing these job titles and try different models as well? I could understand that if for each occupation data, you try to optimize or build different model, it is costly. But if, I don't know, like if you have 5 or 6 higher level, how to say, like categories or clusters of occupation, would it be better, or what do you think about this?
Right. Actually, we haven't tried this before, but I think this can be a good direction. But what we are doing now is we think it is not a very expensive operation to just find out the optimal threshold for a more so-called more specific occupation level. So it's durable, quite durable if we just don't do the classification, the so-called clustering. But it might be a good exploration for us to do in the future to see if we can combine multiple similar occupations all together and well, the performance better if we do it separately. I think that's a good suggestion.
Yes, thanks a lot for your presentation, and I think we should move to the second talk.
Sure, thanks.
So, hi again. So the second talk is title is Design of Negative Sampling Strategies for Distantly Supervised Skill Extraction. And it will be presented by Jens-Joris DeCorte. If I pronounced your name correctly, the floor is yours.
That's close enough. Thanks for the double introduction, I guess. So yeah, my name is Jens-Joris DeCorte. I'm a lead researcher at TechWolf, and I'm doing a PhD within the company, supervised by people from the University of Ghent in Belgium. I'm really excited to be speaking to you about the work that we are doing specifically on skill extraction. A small word on what TechWolf is. So TechWolf, we provide AI solutions for large organizations that help them become skill-based. So you can imagine if you have multiple thousands of employees, basically they don't really have a good idea of all of the skills of their people. It's like some kind of internal computational marketplace, something that we've been talking about today. So we use a lot of natural language processing to actually infer the skills of people based on lots of data that's present within the company. And then those skills are an important input feature towards a different recommendation systems, such as talent management, learning recommendations, and other strategic use cases. So you might already understand why skill extraction is so important for us. It should be really qualitative, the skills that we can extract from text. What's the current state of skill extraction? I would say that there is very different definitions of skill extraction in the academic field. The data requirements for industry are often really hard. There's like lots of skills and not that lot of labeled data. There's a lack of common skill ontologies, I would say. There's also a lack of benchmarks. So let's see what we can tackle here. How should we be modeling skill extraction? That's the first question. And this slide has two sentences that I'm going to use as an example. So traditionally, a named entity recognition has been used quite a lot to extract skills, but you can already see that just by looking at named entities in the text, you're missing out on quite a lot of information, right? So in this first sentence, there's a lot of interesting information, but those are not named entities. So an interesting generalization that we've been seeing in the field is called sequence labeling, where you look into more general sequences like spans within your text. And that's already much more interesting. You can actually grab a lot of information there, but there's still something very crucially missing here. These are just unstructured spans within your text. They're not actually linked towards an ontology. So it's really hard to compare those spans between different documents or between different people. So then you start to come into the task of classification, and people have done this, but mostly on a coarse-grained level. So you might have certain categories of skills like soft skills and IT skills, but still we would really like to go much more fine-grained and actually link each interesting span towards these specific those skills. Now on to the second part. So difficulty of having labeled data, that's really a really difficult thing here for skill extraction, mainly because there's a lot of skills. So there is a very popular skill ontology from the European Commission. It's called ESCO. They have 14,000 skills. I saw previously on the slides that LinkedIn has 39,000 skills. I'm happy to say TechWolf has 40,000 skills. It doesn't really matter. It's just there's a lot of skills that you can model. If you want to have labeled data, you need sufficient labeled data for each label. That's also just a lot of work going into labeling one sentence, because you need to be making 40,000 different binary decisions to label one sentence. It's just very hard. So how do we tackle skill extraction? We use distance supervision. So basically we create a labeled training data set without any manual work. We look at sentences that literally mention a certain skill from ESCO as a simple heuristic to label the training data. And we also use synonyms that are present in ESCO to increase the coverage. Then in between step 2 and 3, we sample the data. So for each skill, we will be selecting positive examples. So those are sentences that actually have the skill as a label, and then random negative examples as negatives. And then we train a classifier for each of those skills on top of a pre-trained BERT model that's not fine-tuned. The question, like the more interesting question in this research was, can we actually improve how we will be sampling those negative examples to get much better performance for skill extraction? So with respect to negative sampling, we drew a lot of inspiration from the field of representation learning, where you have this idea of hard negatives. Hard negative is basically like a negative that's very informative. It's like, instead of comparing Python to gardening, you compare Python to Java. It's much more informative, and it has been shown many times to improve learning. But rather than directly selecting hard negative sentences, what we did in this work is we defined hard negative skills as similar but different skills, and hard negative sentences for a specific skill are then sampled from sentences that are labeled with one of its hard negative skills or labels. And we came up with 3 strategies to define similarity between skills. First one is what we call siblings. Those are skills in the ESCO taxonomy that share a parent concept. The second one is called Liangjie. So those are skills that have a low Liangjie added distance between their skill names. And the third one is embeddings. So those are skills that have high cosine similarity in the embeddings, the BERT-based embeddings of their names. And this table has some examples. How did we evaluate this? I already referred to the fact that there's not a lot of benchmarks. Luckily, there are some. Recently this year, by a work by Zhang et al. Introduced a sequence labeling benchmark. So they actually annotated a large data set with those spans, but they didn't link them to the specific ontology to do the fine-grained classification. So that's what we did. We linked those spans to the corresponding skill from ESCO and released it as a public benchmark. And interestingly, it can be used both for sentence level classification, but also for span level annotation. We did the first approach. So finally, the results, we split it off like one evaluation data set to do some hyperparameter searching. Basically, the question is how much of your negatives should you be sampling in a hard way, and how much should you just be sampling randomly? Because if you sample all your negatives from hard negatives, then that's basically too much. It doesn't work. And we found that 5% is a good way to go for all of the metrics. So we took that 5% and then we trained our baseline and all of the other models and evaluated it on the test set. So what you can see on the top is the baseline classifier. So that's all of the negatives being sampled randomly. And then in red, we combined all of the 3 strategies to select the hard negatives. And you can see quite a large improvement all around the bed on the baseline model. And then we did for the next 3 rows, we left out every time one of the strategies. And so at the bottom, you can see that if you're leaving out the sibling strategy, you get the lowest increase, meaning that the sibling strategy is, well, the best one out of the 3, but basically all of them work. So to conclude, I'm happy to tell you distance supervision for skill extraction actually works. So we did all of this without any manual annotation, which is quite nice. And informative negative examples really help. They can lead up to 8.5 points improvement on recall precision at 5. And if you have access to a label hierarchy, the sibling strategy is best. But if you don't have that kind of hierarchy, unsupervised similarity metrics like the Liangjie or the embedding-based similarity also work really well. So thanks. As I said, we released the benchmark. So if you're doing this type of work, please do check it out and beat my numbers. Thanks.
Well, thanks a lot for the great talk. Are there any other questions? Let me first check the Slido. Yes, there is one question from Mike Zhang. He's asking two questions. One, do you plan to release a subset of your training data? Two, have you also tried directly using a contrastive loss to create better representations of your skills?
Yes, so we are doing experiments with contrastive learning currently. So that's really interesting future work. I think, as you've seen from the current architectural learning perspective, it's not that special. It's like BERT and some linear binary classifications. So that's a really good extension on this work. And with respect to the training data, we're not releasing it. So this is based on like the data lake from TechWolf that we built in-house, contains 1 billion vacancies. Well, we're not going to release it, but we do describe the whole procedure of where do those texts come from and how could you label them yourself automatically.
Okay. I can't see any other questions on slide.
Yeah,
Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. So my question is regarding the hard negatives. So there was this graph that you showed that as you increase the percentage of hard negatives, the performance actually degrades.
Yes.
Could you share your intuition on why that happens? And also, like, maybe a related question is like, how are you actually determining these hard negatives? Is it on like a per epoch like level, or yeah, how often are these hard negatives like determined?
Yeah, I didn't catch the second part, but let me just first answer the first part, and then yeah, I do have an idea of why it degrades. Well, so generally it's been shown that using hard negative sampling works best if you have a lower percentage of using hard negatives. If you don't include random negatives, then you're leaving out a whole domain of like the data set that you're not showing to the classifier. That's part of the answer. Also, we're using distance supervision, so there is errors in the labels. Skills might be mentioned in different ways. So if you use more hard negatives, you will also be increasing the chance of false negatives in your training data.
I guess the second part of my question is like, so you mentioned like if you're only like using hard negatives more often, then there will be those like initially more negative stuff that we are neglecting. Sorry, the softer like negatives that we are neglecting. But I guess that if we are doing like by epoch like level, I'm guessing that because it's a deep neural net, so every epoch we are determining the new set of hard negatives and then we are training on them again. Would that be a good way to handle this problem? So in the sense that the soft negatives become the hard negatives now as you go forward.
Yeah, I think there's quite some work on that, on automatically sampling hard negatives based on like your training trajectory, like looking at the losses. We didn't look into that also again for the reason that I think in this case using distance supervision, there's going to be lots of labeling errors and might not be working as well as in the other works. But it's definitely something interesting to check out.
Thank you.
Thanks. We have time for a quick question, and there's one on Slido by Suyi Tu. The question is, have you looked into how to leverage this classification setting to discover new skills?
I'm sorry, I didn't completely catch it. I'm sorry.
So the question is, have you looked into how to leverage this classification setting to discover new skills?
Right. We are doing some work on that, but that's not really related to this paper, mostly because so we have the label set up front and we use the labels to gather the training data. So it's not really flexible in that regard. What we did do is you can like look at the different classifiers from the final model, and you can find some general attention patterns in your text. And then it seems that if you just you can use the attention that emerges from the model to look at in what spans of your sentences the model is attending to. And those are typically really interesting spans talking about skills. So that could be a way to like automatically collect an interesting data set of spans, but we didn't really do that.
Thanks very much. Now I think the third speaker can prepare the laptop and connection. And thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so our final presenter is from Indeed, Tom Lake, and he will be presenting his work titled Flexible Job Classification with Zero-Shot Learning.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with us all day. This has been super great so far, and thanks to the organizers and everything. I'm super happy to be here. So my name is Tom Lake. I'm the staff data scientist at Indeed and also the deep learning technical lead. So today I'm going to talk about some of my work using flexible job classification with zero-shot learning. See here. All right. All right, it's clicking. Got it. All right, quick background or quick rundown what we're going to talk about today. So I'll quickly go over some background. Then I'll move on to talking about some of the methodology we've applied, the research questions we wanted to answer. Then I'll walk through some results, and then I'll wrap up with just discussing some of our future work. So with all that being said, so one thing that's important to note is like the HR domain is very document driven, right? So we have resumes, we have job descriptions, all these things are sort of natural language text, right? But we want to be able to sort of extract or infer structured attributes from those jobs and resumes in order to power a bunch of features across the site. And so those are things like matching, search, recommendation, and various sort of segment-specific customized user experiences, right? And this is true even in a world where, say, we could do all the like text processing with BERT or GPT-3 or whatever, right? Because users can't necessarily click on high-dimensional vectors when they want to sort the search results or things like that. So we're always going to want some of the structured data or things to allow users to sort of drive the process and things like that. So the solution for a lot of sort of how do we get these structured attributes when all we have is a text document is to use various sorts of natural language processing techniques, right? So we can classify these documents with various various attributes and things like that. But one thing that happens in the computational jobs marketplace is that the set of attributes that we're actually interested in classifying actually change rather quickly, right? So new skills come into the marketplace, new occupations get introduced. And so we're left in this position where we're sort of always constantly trying to play catch up to the fact that our current controlled vocabulary doesn't really match the reality of tomorrow or yes, and things like that, right? So that means we have to, what do we have to do? So maybe we have to like retrain models, we have to write new rules, we have to label new supervised training data, and all those things are cumbersome, right? So the idea of this work is to see, well, could we sidestep some of that work, assuming that we've identified some new skills, some new occupations, things like that we'd like to add to our taxonomy. Can we use zero-shot learning techniques to sort of sidestep the need to do all sort of that cumbersome retraining of models or writing new rules or things like that? So a quick overview of what zero-shot learning is for anyone who might not be familiar, right? So if you think about a traditional classifier, right, we would input some text document, we have some model, and then it outputs a probability distribution over a fixed set of labels, right? In a multi-class setting, that's just one of the, it's like a categorical distribution. In a multi-label setting, it's a bunch of binary random variables. In a zero-shot learning setting, what we would do is sort of we flip this idea upside down, right? And we think about classes as being inputs as well, right? And we're going to ground them in some sort of like representation. Natural language descriptions, like definitions of classes, are a pretty reasonable way to think about that sort of stuff. And then we frame the problem, instead of predicting a distribution over classes, as predicting compatibility between some instance and some class definition. If we do that for every class definition, we can do the same sort of classification that we've done before. These ideas are gold. They go back a couple decades, right? Some of the earliest work went across under names like data list classifications and zero data classification, things like that. The zero-shot learning terminology has kind of stuck. So we've identified some good ideas. Maybe this thing has promise. It certainly allows us to sidestep some of those issues that we identified earlier in terms of how long it takes to do this stuff. But the sort of question I'm interested in understanding is, does this actually work in practice? Can we use this in the real world? Or is this mostly just, are we not quite there in terms of this being useful technology that we can put into production and sort of drive user experiences today? So from that perspective, we sort of wanted to look at the idea of real world settings in two different ways. So the first one is class expansion. So a lot of previous work on zero-shot learning takes the sort of the set of training classes and then treats them as being separate from the set of classes where you evaluate your system. That's not really realistic, right? I'm thinking more about class sets that expand over time, not classes sets that are completely disjoint in the future. Doesn't make as much sense for the kind of cases that I'm thinking about here in the HR marketplace. This is typically this setting that I'm referring to here is commonly referred to as the generalized zero-shot learning setting as opposed to the zero-shot learning setting. The other thing that I think is important to understand from a perspective of does this work in the real world is the way we're introducing new classes actually following some kind of distribution that we'd be likely to encounter in the real world, right? So rather than say uniformly selecting a subset of the classes and masking them out at train time and then introducing them at test time, we want to think about more structured ways that those classes might get introduced that are actually more realistic. So let's talk a little bit about some of the methodology. So I'll be talking about this work done in the Indeed occupation taxonomy. So Indeed has an occupation taxonomy. We have around slightly over 1,000 occupations in the US. I looked at the top 911 occupations. They're arranged hierarchically in a DAG. It's almost a forest, but not quite, right? So you have very specific occupations at the top, say, medical occupations, and then down at the bottom, you would get like registered nurses or traveling nurses, things like that. And it's a multi-label problem, right? So jobs can have multiple occupations. As well as like sort of the UUID or some opaque ID that goes along with every occupation. We also have some metadata. That would be a name and a definition. So the definition, these are mainly created for like the actual users and the taxonomy analysts that curate all this information, right? To help disambiguate what this occupation actually means. But we're going to look at sort of co-opting this information that we're already creating for this use case. Last thing, a little bit about the data set that we're building. So I constructed data sets that were stratified. We sampled five jobs for every occupation. So right, 911 times 5, that's how big our training data set's going to be. We use the same thing for validation and testing. So those data sets are all the same size. Again, thinking about rather small sort of data set sizes. Then a little bit about the graphs here. So in the bottom left here, we have a distribution of just how many occupations we actually see on average per class. So most jobs have one, right? A majority have one, but there's 2, 3, 4, and then that sort of tails off. And I left that off the graph because it goes out to about 7 or something like that, but it's like 0.001%, right? Wouldn't even show up. And the other thing I have broken on the right here is a breakdown of the occupation distribution in terms of how many occupations and how frequently do those show up. They pretty much follow each other sort of and are mostly like sort of linear correlated in the term that how many occupations sit under some top level node in that tree is roughly correlated to how many jobs get labeled with that top level occupation. So jumping back to this idea of realistic class expansion, right? So how do we take a set of classes and expand it in a way that's reasonable? So let's assume that we have some occupation hierarchy that looks something like this. So the first expansion operation that I'm going to think about is refinement, right? So this is something that naturally occurs over time. You might think about a field sort of diverging and more specializing over time, right? So I'll call this refinement. In this setting, what we're going to do is we're going to take some subset of belief nodes at training time, we're going to roll those up to their parent node, right? And we'll label them that way. And then at test time, we undo that operation. And so we reintroduce some of those more specific occupations at test time. The other sort of operation that I'll talk about is extension, right? So this is bringing in basically an entirely new domain, right? So maybe when the taxonomy analysts created the taxonomy, they left out something. And so we have to just sort of wholesale import that. Maybe there was no legal occupations. Another way this might actually happen more likely in a realistic setting though, is when you're constructing an initial taxonomy, you deep dive on a particular segment and sort of go all the way down to the bottom and build the taxonomy that way. That's actually something that's pretty common internally within Indeed and when we construct these taxonomies, say in other markets. As far as architectures, so I'll look at sort of 3 different approaches here. The first being a traditional zero-shot learning or a traditional classification-based approach. All our models here are going to be based on fine-tuned BERT-based models. They all minimize negative log likelihood or binary cross entropy. For the zero-shot models, because there is sort of this, we need to input every class separately. We don't want to necessarily do that 911 times to do a single update. That's not really computationally feasible. So we'll use negative sampling in those settings. I look at 2 different approaches for zero-shot learning. The first one being a by encoder, right? So we take a job, we encode that in some embedding, we take the description of an occupation, we can put that in another embedding, we take a dot product, right? Pretty standard stuff. The other approach we look at is a cross encoder. So rather than computing those embeddings beforehand and then just doing this late fusion with a dot product, we concatenate the tokens, right? This looks a lot like the next sentence prediction task that BERT's pre-trained on, if you're familiar with that. As far as evaluation, I'll look at a couple different evaluation metrics. The first one being label ranking average precision. This basically tells us how well can we order the occupations for a specific job. We average that over all jobs. That gives us the label ranking average precision. The second thing I'll look at is more occupation focused, right? And that's just macro IP. I think most people are probably familiar with that. I'll also explore performance along a couple different dimensions. The first one being coverage, that's the percentage of occupations that are actually seen during training. And the second one being the number of instances per class that we observe, right? I said we sampled these data sets with 5 examples per class. We'll vary that a little bit through experiments to better understand performance and what kind of trade-offs we're working with. All right, so let's talk about results. So the first results here.
Sorry, Tom, maybe can you hurry up a bit time-wise?
Oh yeah, sorry, am I running over?
Yeah, no worries.
All right, I'll go fast. So I'll just actually walk through these. I think they're the most interesting, and we can talk through some of the other stuff real quickly, or at a later date, or maybe in questions or something like that. So let's see. So this is the extension operation, and we're looking at 5 instances per class. One thing to note here is sort of across the bottom, what we're doing is varying coverage. And then these lighter blue lines here, I'm actually varying the number of instances per class for the multi-label classifier. And this is to bring sort of in line the number of training examples that they actually see, right? If I drop out a bunch of classes, then we can't actually even train. And so it's not going to give us a useful comparison. So let's just talk through these results here. So when we train on everything, we see there's a slight degradation in performance versus the full multi-label classifier and the cross encoder, but it's fairly minimal. The next thing to call out is the cross encoder performs a lot better than a bi encoder. This isn't necessarily surprising. This shows up in retrieval and all kinds of other places where the ability to condition on both pieces of information is super important. The last thing to call out here, and this is something surprising, is that in certain cases, you're actually better to train the zero-shot model using a denser set of labels. So example, 5 examples per class, rather than the multi-label classifier with fewer examples per class, but full coverage. This is super surprising. It basically says for certain labeling budgets, you'd be better off actually adopting zero-shot learning. Last thing to note over there on the far right is that the models trained without any coverage don't perform very well. So that's a TF-IDF based approach, and just taking a straightforward the BERT model and using the next sentence prediction. So since we're way out of time here, I'll go ahead and let's see, jump one more back. So the last thing I wanted to note is this is actually pretty slow to do at inference time, right? You have to make the number of passes through the model that's equal to the number of classes. You can recover a bunch of this performance, or you can reduce this performance a lot by basically adopting the same sort of decomposition you see in the recommender system literature, where you first select a set of candidates using a fast approach and then re-rank those with the more performant approach. We can reduce increase the computational performance by around 100x by adopting this. All right. So without that being said, here's some future work and all that. I'll go ahead and wrap through. Sorry about running over a bit.
Thanks a lot. So we have time for a few questions. Let me check Slido first. So there is one question from online, I guess. Says, I have 2 questions. Do you think the zero-shot learning work could not only be applied on taxonomy, but also large-scale knowledge graph? And the second question is how to capture the dynamics on the definition hierarchy of the taxonomy?
Those are very good questions. And they're actually both things that are called out in my future work. So I do think it's really interesting to think about how do we scale this to bigger ontologies. And then that sort of naturally brings the next question of, okay, well, there's some structure to that ontology. There's actually a bunch of structure in this hierarchy that we have right now, and we threw that all away. There's various approaches for doing this, things like coherent multi-label classification.
For some reason, I cannot hear you. Can you hear me, Tom? Can any of the online participants hear? Maybe it is okay, yeah. I think it's a problem with the online audience. I don't know why we lost your audio. I mean, at least we finished the talk and we could answer some of the questions. Sorry for the technical problem. So we have a 20 minutes coffee break, I guess. Then see you in 20 minutes, everyone.
Good. So I'm going to be presenting our paper on explainable career path predictions using neural models. I did it in collaboration with Randstad, and yeah, let's get into it. So on the agenda, first I'll give a quick introduction on the topic, explain the research questions, the methodology that we used, then go into the results, discuss the results, give some future work, final conclusion, and there will be a demo of one of the models that you can try out yourself. For the introduction. Yeah, so what we looked into is career path prediction. So basically, given someone's career up until now, try to predict their next job and do it in an explainable manner. We specifically looked at career switches, so not someone staying in the same position at a different company, but actually having an entirely different job. We initially just looked at regular switches or a regular next job prediction, but it turned out that always predicting someone's previous function was way too good to beat as a baseline. Additionally, we looked at the explainability in order to prevent black box models. We consider that to be very important in HR. Obviously, changing jobs is a very big decision in your life, so you don't want to just blindly trust a machine learning model. And the final goal was to get good performance in combination with intuitive explanations. And the research question was, to what degree can career path predictions done by deep learning models be made explainable? So we also had some sub-research questions, and the following three. So the first one, how well do state-of-the-art deep learning models perform on career path prediction? So that's basically just setting a baseline if we do it in a non-explainable manner. Then the second one, how do different ways of making model predictions explainable impact performance? So checking what the impact is of the explainability. And then lastly, which explainable model is the most useful for recommending jobs to candidates? So which one is the most usable in the real world? So the methodology consists of three separate steps. Firstly, pre-processing. We used a giant data set provided to us by Randstad. Consisted of a bunch of work history and candidate-specific features such as their skills and the languages they spoke, driver's licenses they had obtained, stuff like that. For each candidate, we stored their 25 last jobs that they had, the most recent ones. However, most people didn't have 25 jobs in the system, so we used zero padding in that case. And then additionally, their CVs, their resumes, which were embedded using Word2Vec. It turned out that that was all too large to store in memory. Yeah, the solution for that was to create indices. So rather than having just a giant data frame or something, we would look up the candidate's features during training. It would lead, yeah, it was slightly slower that way, but at least everything fit into memory and the performance decrease wasn't that noticeable. So onto the models. We started with three non-neural baselines just to see the benefit of actually using neural models. So the first one is k-nearest neighbors based on dynamic time warping. We looked at candidates who had the same job as the current candidate, used dynamic time warping to match up their careers, and then used k-nearest neighbors to find similar, find most similar candidates, and then the predictions using that. We also used majority class, which is just always predict the most common job in the dataset, and majority switch, which is given the job that the candidate currently has, what is the most common switch used by other candidates. Then we used three non-explainable models, an LSTM, CNN, and a CNN-LSTM combination. And for the explainable models, we used ones that were very similar in architecture. Some had to be slightly tweaked in order to allow for the explainability techniques, but they were, in general, using the same architecture. And then we also did user testing in order to evaluate the explanations that were generated. We did it with recruiters from Randstad in order to determine the most human-like model, the one that had the most human-like explanations. So in order to do so, we had recruiters distribute feature importance. So they were able to see the data of the candidates, and then they would have to indicate what they found to be important features in that scenario. And then we could compare that to the model's distributions and then calculate correlation and root mean squared error. And then afterwards, the recruiters were asked to give a manual rating. Just to directly evaluate the explanations that were generated. There were 3 different types of explanations per model: feature importance, temporal importance, and spatiotemporal importance, which is the interaction between the two. And they would also be asked to just rate the model's usability as a whole. So that was also on the website. They would see the explanation and then be asked to judge them. So on to the results. First, the model performance. Out of the 3 non-neural baselines, it turned out the majority switch baseline was actually quite well performing, 19.1% accuracy at 1 and 46.6% accuracy at 5. K nearest neighbors in combination with dynamic time warping was similar, and actually the more you increase K in K nearest neighbor, the closer it gets to majority switch. So as that approaches infinity, it becomes the same. For the non-explainable ones, the CNN LSTM was the clear winner, with 5% almost higher accuracy at 1 than the second model. That makes sense since it's a deeper model. There's more abstraction, meaning better generalization. But the other 2 models, the CNN and the LSTM, also actually outperformed the baseline still significantly, although with a smaller margin. And for the explainable models, again, the explainable CNN LSTM is the winner. And we can see for all 3 of the explainable versions, they are on par with their non-explainable counterparts. So this is a quick overview of what the explanations actually look like. So top left, we have feature importance. Top right, we have importance per time step or per job. And then at the bottom, the spatio-temporal explanations, so the interaction between those 2. And these are the explanations generated by the 3 different models for the same candidate. And then the results of the user testing. So the explanations were received fairly well by the recruiters. Generally, they were given sufficient grades. The model usability as a whole, however, was rated better than the individual explanations, which could indicate that the visualizations might have been a little bit difficult to interpret, since obviously the recruiters generally didn't have a technical background. So reading the charts and graphs might have been a bit tricky. But in terms of the explainability, the CNN LSTM was again seen as the best one, followed by the CNN, and then in last place, the LSTM, as you can see with the Pearson's R and the root mean squared error. And there was a moderate positive correlation between the models and the recruiters. So that was very nice to see. So on to the discussion. The results confirm previous work. However, it was quite hard to compare things one-to-one compared to previous work, since there was no benchmarking data set. Pretty much all research generated their own data or got it from a company. So making one-to-one comparisons was quite difficult, but the order was what we expected, namely that the CNN LSTM was the best, followed by the LSTM and then the CNN. The explainability techniques do not impact performance, which means that they're just generally useful to implement in future research as well, since it's very important to have explainability in this domain. For the explainability, the order still remains the same. And real-world utility, so the recruiters showed that they liked the explanations and the models a fair bit, although the visualizations may need a little bit of tweaking to be usable in a day-to-day setting. And additionally, because of the rather quick inference time, real-world or real-time use of the models could be used in a Randstad's day-to-day operations. So some future work, like I mentioned before, there's no actual benchmarking data set, so that's something that would be very nice to have in order to compare models one-to-one, which would obviously require relatively clean data that is GDPR compliant, which is quite difficult to get, with some varied careers, not everything being in the same domain, for example. That would allow the one-to-one comparisons between models and thereby make it easy to have a clear state of the art, such as for computer vision with the ImageNet dataset. Additionally, future research could try to have a larger sample for the user testing. Only 6 recruiters participated in the experiment, so future research could obviously look at having a larger sample. It would be nice to look into fairness. That was not done at all in the research, but it could be that the models are currently being unfair based on specific characteristics. Concluding remarks. So career path predictions can be made explainable without any decrease in performance. The explanations can still be a little bit hard to understand, but they are generally still considered useful by recruiters. And CNN LSTMs are generally the best model to use for career path predictions, as they have both the best performance and the most understandable explanations. And then here's a small demo. If you go to the link where you scan the QR code, you get to a website where you can check the explanation of the CNN LSTM yourself. So you can fill in your own work history and your own skills, and then get a recommendation with an explanation if you would like to do so. So that's it on my end. And if there are any questions, feel free to ask.
Thanks, Slido. You've got a question in the room? What did the recruiters want the explanations for? Like, what did they do with them? Did anyone like this stuff, or?
As in during the experiment?
Like, what was the use case for the explanations, right? Like, how did they like, did they take actions upon them? Did they use them to explain like the matches to the employers they were recruiting for?
Yeah, so currently it was just an experiment, so they didn't actually use it in a real world scenario. But what would be the use case is a candidate would go to Randstad and ask for a specific, for advice on what they should do for their career. And the recruiter could help them fill in their work history and their skills and everything, and then get one or multiple predictions on what would be a logical next step in their career, and then explain that to them using the explainability. So yeah, that would be it. No problem.
We've got time for another question. If anyone has a question.
Thanks. I might have missed it, but the job titles themselves that you use as a feature, or those are categorical values, or are they actually inputting text?
No, those are you have the ISCO, like International Job Classification something, and it's based on those codes. So yeah, it's embedded, but using codes. So.
I have one last question. Have you considered, is there a way to measure the quality of the explanations aside from the quality of the targeting? Is that something you've considered, and how would you do that?
Yeah, so other than just checking if they're useful for recruiters, what could be done is to have like a dummy data set where you inherently have an explanation, and then use the models on the dummy data set and see if the explanations that they provide match up with the explanations that you would expect inherently within the data. But we did not do that, but that would be something that could be done.
Great. One final question. Yeah. Thank you. I was just wondering if you could comment on some of the larger differences between the recruiters' explanations and the model explanations. Anything surprising there?
Yeah, so one thing that the recruiters actually took paid a lot of attention to was how long people worked specific jobs, like the number of days they spent in the position, and the models didn't do that as much over, let's see. For example, here, the blue ones are the models and the red ones are the recruiters. So where is it? There's one that has days worked significantly higher. Yeah, so the third one, the CNN, you can see, for example, days worked is quite a lot higher. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but over there, days worked was one. And I think that's because they have a better understanding of, that working a position for a longer time means that you have more experience and more interest in that. But yeah, I didn't look at the specifics for that, but there were some differences, as you can see.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, that's it. Everyone, please give me a round of applause for Roan.
Toine is going to put 4 topics into Slido, and then we're going to vote on the top 2 and take the top 2, and then we're going to break into a group virtually that Masoud is going to lead, and a group in person in Seattle that Toine and I will lead, and we'll discuss the first topic first for 20 minutes, the second topic for 20 minutes, and then we'll all come back together and recap on what we discussed.
We are ready as well, Toine.
Okay, great. Yeah, we had quite a nice discussion here as well, led by Chris. I took some notes, so I'll try to summarize these notes. If I'm forgetting something, please supplement, right? So the first topic was about opportunities for HR tech. one of the things we talked about, well, how uniform is the global labor shortage, right? How global is this? Or are the things that we see in the US, are they the same as in other countries? Different industries might have different experiences, right? Particularly in the pandemic, we've seen that there's quite a few industries that have maybe less job security than others, where the problems were bigger. One person also said, well, you know what, tech, it's particularly difficult to, not important, but difficult to fill tech positions in Western countries, but maybe manufacturing in a developing country, that might be a very different situation, right? So the other thing is that we talked about the power of data in the sense. So the amount of data that companies like Indeed and LinkedIn have, right? Sometimes that allows for more up-to-date and more deep understanding of trends than a government agency could, for instance, have. But there was also a very good question about, you know, what are these kinds of platforms missing, right? Because waitressing and barista jobs, those are typically not on LinkedIn. It's not as if people get those jobs in that way, right? So that might also be a big part of the economy that we're not seeing. And to just draw conclusions based on this kind of data that we have is also a problem. Yeah, and then the pandemic also came up, right? Like I said already, some industries have lower job security than others. But someone also mentioned, rightly so, that it's important to understand which of these changes that we're seeing are due to the pandemic, right? And which of these are maybe due, what you call the long-term rebalancing sort of the compromise between employers and employees, right? That maybe the dial has been pointing towards employers for too long, right? And now we're sort of seeing the ship righting itself a little bit. And then finally, there was also a comment about sort of there's a lot of potential in focusing alternative employment models like part-time jobs, for instance, in gig economy things, and not just focusing on full-time. Am I forgetting anything, Chris? Yeah. Okay. Mesut, what did you?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, the first point that you mentioned, we had the exact same discussion about the imbalance between different regions of the world, right? Labor shortages in US is not the same as, for example, the developing countries or African countries, whatever. So we said we need to be aware of this. The second thing that we discussed was skill-based hiring. So in the labor shortage, can you kind of, instead of finding the candidates with the skill set that you are looking for, but someone close. For example, there was an example from CEPIDA about vaccination, right? Not only doctors and nurses, but someone with close skills that you can train them quickly and use them. So how do you find this, you know, set of skills that are not the exact match, but similar to it? So that was one of the things that we discussed about this. And also there was one point about actually when there's a labor shortage, right? When you are trying to build, for example, recommender systems, then the task is more difficult. Instead of, for example, usually if you are looking for 20 candidates among 100 matches, a recruiter task is a lot easier, right? And then now recruiter is spending much more time. So maybe potentially recommender can even help in a better way to the recruiter. That's what we discussed basically about this.
Mm-hmm. Cool. The second topic that we had was the practicalities of implementing fair AI. There we talked a fair bit about motivation. So why is it important, right? We all sort of have a good feeling for this, right? But we talked about it as well. Basically, because poor decisions or unfair decisions can cause great harm, right? We're talking about people's future earnings, right? That has a big effect on their lives. So we should mitigate and reduce these disparities as much as possible instead of magnifying them. One other reason for focusing on fair AI is regulation, right? In a lot of countries, there is regulation that sort of enforces this. But someone also made the point, well, should we maybe rely on the government for enforcing this, or should we be more self-corrective? I think it was Krista made a point, maybe we should focus on helping everyone get jobs instead of just a subset of people, right? That's another reason for doing this. Then we talked a bit about the matching part of it, that it's important to focus on whether you have the right competencies for a job to make it more fair instead of just looking at historical patterns, because machine learning will basically magnify any historical biases that we have in our data. And then we talked mostly about challenges. One of them is that defining fairness is hard. We talked a bit about sort of how to measure this. That's actually difficult to know how to measure it accurately. And then Tom mentioned some example metrics that you could look at, but they all have some issues as well, right? So no metric is perfect in that sense. We also talked about that fairness often comes at the expense of accuracy. We saw that in I think one of the papers in the morning as well, right? That yes, you can sort of make these representations more fair, but it does come at the expense of being able to classify the jobs into, I think it was industry correctly. There was a bit of discussion about, well, why don't we just remove these sensitive attributes at the start of the process so the algorithms don't have access to this, and then we reintroduce them later in the process. There's some problems with this. One that, for instance, the textual, the way that, for instance, job vacancy might be formulated will still have some biases in there. And another problem is that we can remove, for instance, gender or ethnicity, for instance. But if we do that, then we're also removing part of the explanation for other patterns in a CV, for instance, because some people might not have had the same opportunities in life, and that might be because they are at a disadvantage because of their ethnicity. If you remove that, then suddenly it just looks like someone has a lower educational, how do you say that, sort of level, right? And that might mean that they're weeded out, but there's no, it would be very unfair to do that just based on that attribute. Someone also made the point that maybe it's important that we start focusing not just on hard skills and shift away from a rock star culture. And we also look at how can we value these softer skills more, right? Because yes, it's great if you're very good at some of these hard skills, but to paraphrase, if you're a total jerk at work, right, then maybe we also shouldn't hire you or want to hire you. So basically, we concluded that recommender systems can't solve everything. We can try to sort of mitigate some of these problems, but some problems are also bigger than this and require change at a societal level. Anything else? Okay. Masoud?
Yeah, cool. So we didn't discuss this much, but continuing from your last point, right? Even if you, let's say, found the Oracle recommender that can be the fairest thing, then the final decision is being made by human recruiters, right? So in such a scenario, if the human recruiter has biases or has discriminatory behavior, no matter what you do, no matter how trustworthy or fair solutions you develop, there's also the other part that how can you educate these recruiters properly, right? We focused on this. And also there was one point, I think it was quite interesting, is that when, for example, you try to follow this European Union acts, for example, right, for the inclusions, diversity and everything, some companies just try to seem so. They are not doing it to, you know, employ really like the qualified candidates, but for example, if they want to add, I don't know, like based on gender or race or so, they just pick someone to complete the picture, right? And this is also problematic. That's what we discussed. And also we had some of the discussions that you also explained, but and we started 5 minutes late because of my misunderstanding. So we didn't have that much time to discuss actually. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, it sounds like we had some interesting discussions about these topics. Is there anything you would like to close this session with, Chris? Because otherwise I think I'll close the workshop. So I'd first like to say thank you very much for participating, both physically here and online, and also thanks again to the keynote speakers and to the panelists. How we had some really interesting talks, invited talks, regular talks, and the panel was also very, very interesting. The proceedings are online, right? And the videos should be in a few weeks. I think they'll probably be added to the RecSys YouTube channel. Finally, I would like to get some feedback from you as well. So do you have any specific comments? Is there anything you thought, you know what, this would be nice to have at a future version of this workshop? Were there any particular highlights of this workshop? For those of you who are participating virtually, I'll bring you back. What was it like virtually, right? I mean, it's always a bit of juggling between so on-site and virtual. Any comments or suggestions or? Yeah, Louis? You please use the microphone.
Just thought during the panel, it would be nice if we had some dedicated time to ask questions. I thought that part could have been good, but it was a great workshop.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We did discuss that also, right? Whether we could add time for that. Other comments?
So I'll just say, like, from online here, I'm talking, sorry. We should keep pushing towards this. We are like we have such a great impact in the world, the HR domain and all of this, yeah. And as a community that works on that, and we are pushing towards recommendation system and so on, we don't have so much of this involvement and so on. So I would like to say thank you for putting this. This is second edition already. I love the way that you're trying to put academia together with industry so that we can try to push this. I mentioned to Masoud here that also the policymakers and things like that being together with us would be awesome. He mentioned that in the previous version, you guys already had that. And so I would like just to say that pushing towards having this community stronger by being able to discuss as we are starting to do here, great. So I would love to hear that you would be telling us, okay, we are planning on a third edition of that.
Well, I'd be in favor of that, but thanks, Stefan.
Just one idea that occurred to me, which is at some level, charity begins at home. And what I mean by that is there are lots of students we know that are working in this area, and there are a lot of opportunities to meet folks from industry here. So one section that you might want to consider for next year is an ability for like a meet and greet with industry, and say, like, you know, we're in the business of HR, but we want to sort of help all our folks also get started in industry. And that might also encourage some student participants to show up and present perhaps. So that might be another thing, maybe another section on student papers. That might be another option, but essentially the idea of charity begins at home. So we should do something for the industry.
Sure, that's a good idea. I'll write that down.
So my main feedback is everything seemed to go really smoothly, and it was great. So thank you to the organizers. Yeah, and my only suggestion is that I hope we continue the discussion about fairness, and continue to dedicate time to tackle some of those questions of how to measure it, how to make sure that it is built into systems, critical questions.
Good, thank you.
Madhu just inspired me a little bit. I don't know exactly how this would work, but somehow bringing in some job seekers and employers who, and hearing from them and hearing from the struggles that they're working through could be really interesting and bring a different perspective. We're not in their shoes. We're talking about job seekers, we're talking about employers, but actually hearing from them and hearing from the struggles that they go through, I think could bring a very interesting perspective to the workshop.
You're right.
Not sure how we do it, but yeah.
I know the Perspectives workshop has this afternoon session where they basically sit around in a circle and then just discuss anything that pops up, right? Is that maybe also a nice way or a nice thing to try out maybe for a future version, as opposed to the way we did it now?
I don't know how this is run, right? Like, it's always very careful to run it properly, but workshop is the kind of an opportunity as well, not just to present work, but also to discuss new ideas. And I think having that session would be awesome.
Yeah. So we can definitely think about how we want to organize a discussion session, right? We tried to steer it a little bit with these panel topics again, but I think it's even more free form at Perspectives, where people could just raise their hand and say, I want to talk about this, and like an unconference almost kind of thing. Okay, if there are no more comments or suggestions or other items of business, then class dismissed. Thank you very much for participating.
Hello there, my name is Mike Zhang. I'm a PhD student at the IT University of Copenhagen, and today I'm here to present work done with my collaborators, Christian Nogge Jensen, Rob van der Goot, and Barbara Plank, on skill extraction from job postings using weak supervision. So why are we doing this? Skill extraction is an important task to gain insights of labor market skill demands. So, for example, we have redundant skills or emerging skills, which we need to investigate. However, manual annotations of spans of skills in job postings is a time-consuming and costly process. You have to hire annotators, and you have to train them to annotate for these substrings in job postings. However, there are these existing skill taxonomies, such as ESCO, and they are rich in existing skills and can be leveraged for the task of skill extraction, which we show in this work. Our contribution is as follows. We introduce a novel weakly supervised skill extraction method leveraging the ESCO taxonomy. We show a linguistic analysis of ESCO skills and their presence in job postings. And we empirically analyze different embedding pooling methods for skill extraction applied on 2 skill-based datasets. So these are the following datasets that we're using in this work, namely Cyphelina and SkillSpan, which both have skills annotated on the span level. We see that SkillSpan has some longer skills annotated based on the length of tokens, based on the number of tokens, and train, def, and test distributions, where we also can see that SkillSpan contains more skills and is a bit larger than Cyphelina. Then, to give you some analysis of ESCO, we give a distribution of the existing skills in ESCO. These are around 14,000, and we see that skills are predominantly existing of 3 tokens in ESCO, and it goes down a little bit, even to the extent of 10 tokens long. We look at the unigram distribution of ESCO skills, where we see that the word manage, equipment, and operate are the top 3 used in skills. We do the same thing for bigrams, where the most frequent ones are understand written, interact verbally, understand spoken. The same for trigrams, but we see that the frequency goes down, even though there are still some multiple occurrences, such as social service users, footwear, leather goods, etc. We also look at it from a linguistics perspective. We see that the part-of-speech sequences in ESCO mainly contains of verb phrases, and mainly with the pattern verb noun noun. We do the same thing for the datasets used in this paper. So first of all, Cyphelina, we see that the phrases are mostly noun phrases, with the pattern adjective noun being the most frequent. And also the part-of-speech sequences in SkillSpan, where we see that mostly nouns are annotated. So how are we getting these? Spans from the datasets using ESCO as a weak supervision signal? So taking a sentence from a job posting, in this case, Python is a must, and any ESCO skill. So, for example, Python and C# in this case. We encode both strings with a language model. We use Roberta or Jobbird. And once encoded, we look for the n-gram, so from 1 to 4 in the sentence with highest semantic similarity with ESCO. So, for example, in this case, we hope that because Python has a high semantic similarity with the Python in job posting, hopefully it will match it, and then we label those. However, the power of language models is using context. So we look at different pooling methods for the ESCO taxonomy. So we call them different skill representations, where we either just query the ESCO skill through the language model, which gives us a vector representation. But then we use another method called average over context, namely which we abbreviate to AOC, where we look for the specific ESCO skill in any job posting sentence, not the ones in the data set, but just another set of unlabeled job postings that we have. And we average the sentences and take the specific Python embedding from those sentences as the mean. Then our last method is the weighted span embedding. We take again those big pool of job postings, those that are unlabeled. We look for the span of interest from ESCO. And then we take the weighted average based on the IDF score of the tokens. So in this case, let's say we have the sentence, enjoy working in groups. So working in groups, let's say, is a skill in ESCO. We take for each token in this span, we take the IDF score times the vector representations, which gives us the new vector representation of this specific span. Okay, so we have several baselines. We take the exact substring match with ESCO. So basically, we try to, for example, match Python exactly with Python in the job posting. We have an approach called lemmatized match. So because since ESCO skills are written in an infinitive form, we take the same approach as the exact match, but now with the lemmatized data. And we do the part of speech sequence match, where we hopefully match overlapping part of speech sequences in the job postings with the part of speech sequences in ESCO, and to get some higher recall. So we immediately dive into the results. So here we see the results of the baseline, where we actually evaluate in two ways. So one is the strict F1 score, where we try to match the exact span. However, we also have another F1 score called the loose F1 score, where we count partial overlap as towards true positives. So we see on the left the strict one, and on the right the loose one. And we see that for Cephalina and a skill span, that the part of speech sequence match increases recall and precision quite a bit, and increases especially the loose F1 score, where as expected, the exact and lemmatized method would give us a very high precision. Then we look at the different embedding pooling methods, where we see that the average over context gives us the highest precision with the weighted span embedding, and which shows us that doing these embedding pooling methods is important for this task. However, we see that with just querying the ESCO skills in isolation, so just querying through the language model without any context, gives us the highest strict F1 score. So the thing with Cephalina is that there is a skill in every sentence in the data set, but for skill span, this is not the case. Hence, we need to use a threshold. So basically a similarity threshold where we say, okay, above this threshold, we annotate, we label the span in job postings, and everything under it, we won't label it. We do some small analysis on it, and we see that mostly taking a semantic similarity higher than 0.9 will give us the best results overall. We do some qualitative analysis as well, where we check the annotated spans versus the predicted spans. So we see Cephalina and skill span here. These are the gold data, and these are the predicted substrings. And we see that there is a nice partial overlap between them, but not the exact span that we would like to have, which brings us to our takeaways. So the ESCO skill taxonomy could suit as a weak supervision signal for skill extraction, but we need some refined offset methods to get the correct span out. So for example, we can do human post-editing or automatic methods such as candidate filtering. All right, thank you very much for listening, and hope to see you at the RecSys in HR workshop.
Hello, and thank you for watching our presentation on our working paper about using vector representations for matching tasks to skills. My name is Miriam Amin, and I will present the work of me and my colleagues, Jan-Peter Bergmann and Yuri Kemper, of the research unit Data Science for Innovation at the Fraunhofer Center for Knowledge Economy and International Management in Leipzig. Okay, let me start by introducing you to the problem that we are tackling with our approach. Especially technology and innovation companies, but also large research organizations, they often face the problem that they have an upcoming research and development task. Like here in this example, we want an intelligence crew that informs us when it's loose. On the other hand, they often have a large and complex organizational structure, and they need to find out the person or organizational unit who has the appropriate skills to solve the task. What we present in our paper are our experiments for developing such a skill matching component for the Fraunhofer Society. In the future, it might become part of a system that supports a human decision-making process with recommendations. The Fraunhofer Society is Europe's largest organization for applied research. There's more than 20,000 scientists working in more than 80 institutes all over Germany. And one major source of revenue of the Fraunhofer Society is contract research. That is why the organization often receives research requests that then must be forwarded to the appropriate institute and there to the appropriate research department and group. This is an example of such a research request. We are searching for a solution to link a smart metering system of high-resolution electricity, gas, and heat data with our intelligent cloud solution. In the cloud, we want to automatically process the data using machine learning to check for consistency and completeness and to enable load forecasts and cost optimization. We are also looking for the joint development of innovative business models. So as you see here, these requests can be rather complex. For our experiments, we had a corpus of approximately 100 research requests. Just like many other large companies and organizations, the Fraunhofer Society has developed an internal skill taxonomy. There are approximately 1,000 skills in this taxonomy organized in a hierarchy of scientific discipline as the highest level, then research field, and then the skill as the leaf element, just like we see here in this little overview. And the language of these skills are either German, English, or mixed. Here we see an example of one skill within its hierarchical structure. The skill is AI-based autonomous actions. The research field is energy informatics, and the scientific discipline is simulation, control, and operational management of energy supply systems. For the purpose of our research, we concatenated the 3 hierarchy levels of each skill to one concatenated skills string, like we see here. In our experiments, we compared 3 vector-based approaches for the matching. The first and simplest approach that we used, we called it keyword binarizer. And for this approach, we used the keyword extraction algorithm Yichao to extract keywords from both the dataset of tasks and the dataset of concatenated skill strings. And then we used the keywords as features for a one-hot encoded representation of the text. And we used the feature vectors then to calculate the cosine similarity between the skill documents and the task documents. Our second approach is keyword embedding. Here we're still extracting keywords from the documents, but this time we get their word embeddings calculated on the deep set German word embedding set. And then we realized that for many words, we would not get results because the vocabulary is very technical. And in these cases, we also applied some compound splitting. So when we encountered a compound, then we tried, and we didn't get any vectors, we tried to split it into two more basic words and then extracted again the word embeddings for it. And after embedding all the words in a document, we averaged the vectors. And in our last method, we were using a language model to calculate the semantic similarity. And we used an XLM Roberta fine-tuned on semantic similarity tasks. So for each method, we calculated the semantic similarity between all skills and all tasks. Unfortunately, we do not have a completely labeled ground truth dataset. That means that we were not able to validate our methods automatically. And this is why we had to draw samples of tasks and assess manually whether the skills with the highest ranks were actually the most matching. And for this end, we assembled two different samples. For the first sample, which we called top similarities, we first calculated the average of the top 5 similarity scores for each task. And we then selected the top 10 tasks with the highest mean similarity. For the second sample, we called it expert, we manually selected 10 tasks where we, the authors, had the highest expertise for the assessment. This turned out to be the task of the field IT and AI. For the relevance assessment, we worked with a scale of 3 relevance judgments. We assigned a score 0 to a skill task pair when the skill was completely irrelevant for the task. And when it was completely relevant, we assigned a score 2. And the score 1 was for skill task matches where the skill was not completely relevant, but also not irrelevant. At the moment, a completely expert labeled ground truth is assessed for the entire dataset. So we will have that out for our future experiments. And these were our results. We calculated the normalized discounted cumulative gain and the mean average precision. And as we see here, the language model got by far the best results. To illustrate our results a bit, I brought an example with top recommendations for one research request. It is the same request that I showed you earlier. As a reminder, somebody here is looking to automatically store and process energy data and to use them for cost and load forecasts. So let's have a look at the recommendations of our best system. We see here as the top recommendation, data science, statistics, time series, analysis, AI, and ML. Then data management, energy system analysis, AI-based methods of optimized predictive network operation management, and standards and interfaces for interoperable communication. And I would say that all these skills are a pretty good match for our task. Now that our presentation is almost done, I would like to discuss our work a bit. First and foremost, I think it's very important to mention that this is a work in progress. These were our first experiments in which we just wanted to figure out in which direction we should be headed. And for example, it was not clear for us from the beginning that the language model would really score the best results, because we initially assumed that the very short skill descriptions that do also not provide any context, they would prevent the language model from accurate similarity calculations, but apparently it still worked. And as I mentioned before, we are currently working on a completely labeled dataset that will allow us to calculate the performance automatically in the future. We already have some other ideas how to continue our work. First of all, we want to fine-tune our language model to technical and or scientific data, possibly with data from within the Fraunhofer Society. And we want to use patents and publications for that. Another idea that we had was to apply some prompt engineering. That means that we want to transform the skill string into a real language sentence. So instead of just concatenating the skill hierarchy, we want to use a sentence template to produce sentences like in this example. We work on AI-based autonomous actions. Our field of competence is energy informatics within the research field of simulation, control, and operational management of energy supply systems. And with such a transformation, we hope to provide even more context to the language model, especially to the attention mechanism. So these were just some ideas of how to improve our methods, and I thank you very much for your attention. If you have any other idea or if you have a tip for us, please feel free to reach out to us. We are leaving here our contact for you, and we are very happy to get in contact with you. So have a good day. Thank you again for your attention, and goodbye.
So my name is Wissem Inoubli. I am going today to present our work titled DGL4C, Deep Semi-supervised Graph Representation Learning for Resume Classification. This work is done together, me and Armel Brown, in the context with collaboration with Keep in Touch, which is a company that is working on resource human. So during this presentation, I will try to follow the next plan, starting by a global overview on the resume classification and the existing method for that, then the proposed method and the proposed system will be presented with the experimental results. And I will finish it by a short conclusion and some future work. So resume classification consists of categorization of resume on set of occupations or profile based on the content. So this task can be also used for job offer and resume. So the amount of resume and also the job offer and the data structure make the classification is very complicated, because sometimes we have the input data as a text, which that make this process is very, very difficult when we use the classical machine learning algorithms. So about the machine learning method, etc. So let's see together the existing method that are used to do this classification of resume as well as the job offer. So the first family is the ontology-based models, which is based on two components. The first one is the ontology that have global knowledge about the domain. In our case, this is in our domain is the skills and occupations, etc. And after that, the semantic reasoner that take this knowledge base in order to predict the class or the profile and also the occupation for a given resume. The second method is the machine learning models. Also, this method, let's say, based on two steps. The first one consists of feature extraction, and the second one is the classifier. So in the feature extraction, we can use, for example, text feature extraction, because we have in the configuration or we have CV or resume as a text file. And the last one, which is the deep learning models in this family, So the feature extraction and the classification merge together to have this deep learning method. So in the deep learning model, so we can see the recurrent neural network architecture, the transformers, and also the convolution neural network, maybe in 1D and in 2D also is used in some works. So let's move now to present our proposed system. Our proposed system is based on graph representation learning. As you can see here, we have 3 parts. The first one consists of graph building. The second part or stage is the graph representation learning. And the final step is the classification based on this, the output of this part. So the first step consists of graph construction, and this construction is inspired from the TextGCN work, which is published in 2019 as a method to classify text. So in our graph, we have 2 types of vertices or nodes, the resume and words. And for about the feature of each node, for example, compared to TextGCN, the other have used the identity matrix, and in our case, we have used SBERT to encode each node. The edge of the graph also are divided into types: word to resume edges and word to word edge. And for each type of edge, we have a specific function to get the similarity between the couple of nodes. So here we try to present how we can create our graph, and we present, as you can see here, we have our 2 method to get the similarity between each couple of nodes, where the main goal consists of creating our adjacency matrix. As you can see here, we have some scenarios. The first one, if we have the two nodes are words, in that case, we need to apply the PME matrix or formula. And if we have, for example, resume and word, so we need to take TF-IDF as a formula to get the similarity between both nodes. So now the second part, that is the graph representation learning part. In this part, we need to have our graph. As you can see here, we have our constructed graph that regroup 2 types of nodes, the red color and the blue color. So for each node has a feature vector that is encoded by the SBERT pre-trained model. And this one is the adjacency matrix, which is discussed just the construction graph part. After that, we use n layer of graph convolution network in order to have this latent representation. This latent representation is done by our graph convolution network, taken into consideration the adjacency matrix and the feature for all nodes. As you can see here, we have 2 variants. The first one is the end-to-end system, and these 2 variants, the second variant is the 2 parts, graph embedding or latent representation plus the classifier, and we will see that together in the experimental part. So let's say directly to the experimental part. So we present our data set. As you can see here, we have 5 data sets. For each one, we have number of classes or profile or occupations. And for each one, we have the labeled node and labeled node because we are in semi-supervised learning. As evaluation metric, we have used accuracy. Yeah. Let's move now to see the experimental results. So about the experimental, we have 2 parts. The first part consists to evaluate the performance of our algorithm. We have compared our method compared to our baselines. So each algorithm consists of two parts: the text representation or feature extraction plus a classifier. So here we have the hyperparameter of our architecture. If you need to, for example, implement this algorithm. So the experimental results are divided into parts. The first part consists to evaluate our model compared to other. As you can see, for all dataset, for the 5 dataset, our algorithm is more than the baseline. And in the experimental part, we have tried to evaluate our representation by changing the classifier. We have our representation by the graph convolution network, and for each step we changed or we played with the classifier, linear regression, SVC, MLP, or random forest. As we can see, there are some, for example, variant between our variants, and for all cases, still our algorithm is the best compared to the best one that is presented in the table, on the first table. Yeah, and finally, I will conclude this work. So as a conclusion, so DGL4C brings consistent improvement in resume classification performance. So, and we can also deploy and reuse it to provide some recommender system to ATS, human resource departments, and professional online social networks. As a future work, we see to experiment, to re-experiment for other large data sets, and to implement and test the unsupervised graph representation learning instead of semi-supervised learning or supervised learning. And thank you for your attention.
Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be presenting our work here in the RecSys and Human Resources workshop in 2022. Our work is about scaling occupation taxonomy and Indeed with a combined effort of machine learning and subject matter experts. I'm Suyi, data scientist at Indeed. My co-author Olivia is taxonomy manager at Indeed. As the #1 job site in the world, Indeed hosts a massive volume of unstructured data in the form of millions of jobs and resumes. Occupations of jobs and job seekers are found to be a very useful structured information to enable better matching and personalization. Our taxonomy team spent years researching and building a hierarchical taxonomy of occupations and a rule-based classification system for our core markets. As Indeed scaled internationally, data scientists worked with the team to develop new ways to scale occupation faster with fewer resources and without sacrificing data quality. Today, we are sharing a brief overview of the successful collaborative approach and our challenges and learnings throughout building it. Well, there are several components contributed to the motivation behind the development of this approach. The core goal was to expedite global taxonomy design without sacrificing quality to help support our expanding international markets. From our experience, occupation taxonomy design should vary market to market. They are typically similar, but not identical. Being able to capture commonality as well as nuances of different markets is essential for consistent and high-quality user experience around the globe. This research and determinations of these taxonomies are led by skilled professional researchers with relevant backgrounds or expertise in the market landscapes. Automating this research process is hard, but automating the classification process is possible, and we found it the most beneficial to marry domain expertise with machine learning. In this section, we will introduce our expert-in-the-loop system in the high level. When entering a new market, instead of manually creating an occupation taxonomy and a rule system from scratch like we did before, we now train a model to take advantage of the existing data. This data usually includes curated occupation hierarchies and rule-generated labels in existing markets. The default model option is a multilingual BERT model trained with high-quality labels from all existing markets and languages. The advantage of using MBERT is that we are able to make initial predictions without any prior knowledge from the new market. However, due to constraints coming from large model size, high inference latency, and a larger than necessary label space, the initial prediction performance of MBERT is usually lower than ideal. Therefore, if the market shares language or concepts with existing markets that we're able to identify early on, we make more targeted choices and conduct more careful processings for our training data. In this case, we find a convolutional neural network model with monolingual training data usually performs the best, and sometimes involves translating training data from a culturally similar market or region. Well, as our market-specific knowledge grows, we will be able to take advantage of that information to improve the model iteratively. Through utilizing model predictions and conducting market research, taxonomy market experts build the market-specific occupation. Since it usually takes a long time to build out the entire occupation taxonomy in a new market, we reflect the research through a dynamic processing layer and push concepts in production on an ongoing basis. This layer helps process the model predictions into only those applicable in the market. And the iterative deployment helps increase occupation coverage in a new market fast and in a targeted fashion. This approach eliminates the most expensive task in the process, which is curating and maintaining a rule-based system, while keeping the level of granularity and quality of our data. As a result, we've observed a 6 times faster deployment and were able to divert subject matter experts to more research-intensive tasks. And currently, the system is in production in dozens of markets. Well, after talking about the system we've built, we would also like to share some learnings to hopefully be helpful for anyone interested in doing so. Well, I believe everyone here knows that domain knowledge is an essential piece of data science, and we have found it especially impactful in our project. As discussed before, our market experts are given input in various steps in the system, including the initial model selection, the ongoing market research, and data quality evaluation. In addition, we've seen success leveraging their knowledge in the data structure and concept definitions across the markets to improve model performance in various ways. Obtaining quality data is key for training and evaluating any machine learning systems, especially so for cases like ours, where label dimension is at least hundreds. Collecting quality data at scale is an area we are always actively exploring, but we like to share our learnings so far. We have mostly explored outsourcing labeling and user input data for different tasks. For outsourcing labeling, we learned that significant work is still needed in order to gain high quality outcomes for complicated tasks like ours. It often involves identifying and scoping tasks suitable for outsourcing, as well as training and calibrating throughout the process. We also found model-assisted user input data to be a convenient source of training and evaluation with some caveats. For example, different users have different understandings of a concept, which can also be different from our understanding, resulting in inconsistent labels from different sources. In addition, users can also be easily influenced by UI changes. These caveats introduce different degrees of noises to the data sets. And we'll talk a little bit more about how we look at these noises in these data sources soon. In the classic machine learning model measurement, error is commonly defined as a binary concept. However, we observe that there is usually a certain level of subjectivity associated with these decisions. After all, selecting one label out of hundreds or even thousands of candidates is a very difficult task, not to mention the constantly changing hiring needs from employers. This observation brought us to a question: how bad are these errors? After balancing between information granularity and interpretability, we ended up defining 3 levels of error severity. And out of all three, the severe errors will most likely result in bad user experience if not fixed in time. Having this more nuanced look not only allows us to prioritize diagnosing and fixing the model errors, but also helps us understand the noises from different data sources more practically. Monitoring your machine learning model in production is a key step to ensure reliability and equality of your system. What we have learned from the past was that data scientists or engineers were sometimes not the best first responder to the alerts. In addition to language restrictions, our models take in and react to market experts' ongoing actions, and therefore their inputs are often essential for making the diagnosis. With our system being scaled to dozens of markets, we worked with a team to scale this monitoring and diagnosing process too. An alert is triggered when there is a drastic drop in performance in a node. It is marked with urgency level and relevant stats to get sent to market expert. The market expert follows a triaging decision tree leading to either ignoring alert or creating a ticket with their observations and judgments for data scientists or engineers to resolve. During our cross-functional collaboration, one very important lesson we have learned was that promoting transparency into our so-called black box system leads to better outcomes. And here we listed a few things that we found very helpful. Well, at the end of the presentation, to quickly recap, we introduced the expert-in-the-loop system for scaling occupation internationally. We discussed our challenges and learnings, and specifically how we benefit from involving subject matter experts from various aspects beyond just labeling, like most traditional human-in-loop systems. And as a result, we were able to scale much faster without losing data quality and granularity. Thanks for listening, and feel free to reach out if you have questions.
Matching personnel with shifts in a way that provides sufficient coverage whilst respecting employment law and employee well-being is a process that becomes exponentially more complicated as scale increases. Randstad Group is a human resource consulting firm responsible for scheduling over 40,000 employees into more than 70,000 shifts every week. Scheduling is a manual task and is often very time-consuming. Therefore, a system that could provide recommendations to guide or automate the process would be highly valuable. Personnel scheduling is also known as the nurse rostering problem and has been studied extensively since the 1960s. Existing methods can be broadly categorized as exact, heuristic, and hybrid. There are limitations to each of these methods that make them unsuitable for automating this task. The main limitation that they share is that they are focused on solving problem instances in isolation, meaning that they are not robust to change. Furthermore, they are not data-driven. They don't exploit the underlying distribution of scheduling problems, that is, the similarity between them. Personnel scheduling can also be framed as a combinatorial optimization problem. CO is the process of searching for an optimal solution amongst a finite set of possibilities. Some well-known examples of CO are Sudoku, the knapsack problem, and the traveling salesman problem. CO problems generally carry hard and soft constraints. Hard constraints must be met, for example, employment law. Soft constraint violations should be avoided, such as an employee's preference not to work on weekends. For real-world combinatorial optimization problems, it is highly likely that problem instances will share characteristics or patterns. Data-dependent machine learning approaches can exploit these patterns, leading to the development of faster solutions for practical cases. Reinforcement learning is a branch of machine learning that refers to a computational approach to learning from interaction. RL has been applied to several classic CO problems and achieved good performance that generalizes to new problems better than existing methods can. One of the main strengths of RL is that agents can learn the rules of an environment without the need for explicit programming or examples of optimal endpoints. These are some of the key terms that will help you understand this paper from a reinforcement learning perspective. Agent, the RL algorithm, of which there are many different types. Policy tells the agent what action to make at each state. Usually this is a neural network that is trained to optimize reward. Environment is a vector representation of the world an agent interacts with. State is where the agent is in an environment, e.g. the current shift. State space refers to the possible states in an environment. Action refers to the action that an agent takes at a certain state. And the action space refers to all the actions available to the agent. A growing body of research uses reinforcement learning in combination with graph neural networks, a type of function approximator designed to operate directly on a graph structure. Many CEO problems naturally exhibit a graph structure. When this graph structure is preserved, it introduces an inductive bias to the data which promotes learning and leads to better results. Whenever there is a set of entities that interact with one another or are related in any way, they can be expressed in the form of a graph. A graph representation is only useful if it can be passed through the policy network, so we used a graph neural network architecture in this paper. A GNN's primary goal is to learn an embedding that contains information about a graph's neighborhood. We may use this embedding to tackle a variety of issues, including node labeling and node and edge prediction. In our case, the GNN uses information from the node and edge features to determine which employee should be assigned to each shift. In essence, it is calculating a compatibility score between a shift and the available employees. This diagram depicts the pipeline designed and used for this research. A pool of employees and a list of shifts are the initial input. Each shift has features for day of the week and time of the day. The environment module takes the input CSVs and combines them into a single matrix. The length of an episode is equal to the number of shifts in the schedule CSV. At each step in an episode, the matrix is converted to a bipartite graph and passed through the GNN. The GNN outputs a policy, a probability distribution over the employee action space. The agent takes actions according to the policy and updates the weights of the policy network based on the loss function. The process repeats until a terminal state is reached, meaning that all the shifts have been assigned. The goal of this paper was to train an agent to sequentially assign employees to shifts in an acceptable configuration. We chose to keep the RL algorithm and the problem constraints fixed throughout the experiments and instead focus on how problem complexity and reward function design affect performance of the agent. Reward function determines how the agent receives feedback for its actions. We chose an arbitrary total reward value of 1 and varied how it was calculated. At each terminal state of an episode, at every step of an episode, or half at every step and the remaining half at a terminal state as reward for an acceptable solution. Problem complexity can be increased in two ways, by the number of shifts and also by the ratio between shifts and employees. More shifts means more decisions for the agent to take, so there is more chance of a constraint violation occurring. A higher ratio between shifts and employees reduces the chance of an employee being assigned correctly by chance. Performance of our experiments was compared to a baseline of an agent taking only random actions. A schedule is considered acceptable if the constraints are not violated. So across all experiments, the best performing model was the one with the step bonus reward function, where the reward was calculated half at each step and half at terminal step if the schedule was acceptable. And this step bonus reward function returns significantly higher average reward than random baseline. Step bonus also performed significantly better than the other reward functions. In terms of problem complexity, average reward was significantly higher for average ratio problems than for high ratio problems. This effect was observed for each model. The effect of increasing shift count is less clear. Excluding results from the random agent, problems with a max shift count of 8 show significantly higher average reward than problems with a max shift count of 14, 18, or 23. However, there is no significant difference in average reward observed between the smallest problems and the largest problems. Furthermore, minimum shift of 30 showed a higher average reward than a minimum shift of 23, 18, and 14. The results show that with the right reward function, an RL agent was able to solve our simplified personnel scheduling problems across a range of shift counts and shift employee ratios. We have shown that an agent can learn the constraints of a combinatorial optimization problem from data. However, without testing the performance of existing methods, such as exact and heuristic and hybrid, on our scheduling problems, we don't know the true significance of our findings. For future work, additional evaluation using real-world data would help us to better understand the range of applicability of our approach. Thank you for watching.